Welcome to the Wednesday, February 24th board meeting of Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. I'm Uduak Jones, president of the board. I'd like to welcome everybody. I do have a statement to read here as we begin. Um, Our trustees and our staff are practicing social distancing in response to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. We are using video conference technology to hold today's meeting remotely. Governor Newsom issued an executive order last year that declared a state of emergency. That executive order allowed an update of the Brown Act regarding public meetings in response to the health crisis we're currently facing. Today's remote meeting meets the updated Brown Act requirements. And with that, we'll go into um, the call to order, number one. And we read the script, and we're going to go to 1.2 of a roll call of trustees that are here today. Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter,
Here.
Herlinda Chico,
Present.
Vivian Malaulu,
Here.
Uduak Joe Intek,
Here.
and Sunny Zia.
Present.
All right, we have a quorum of the board. Welcome, everybody. Moving on to agenda item 1.3, public comments on closed session agenda items. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments on the closed agenda?
No requests.
All right. Moving forward, we're going to move into the closed session. We have four items, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, and 1.7 that we will be going into.
President Inta, may I ask that if you will consider to move the item 1.7, which involves Jean and Kristen and the VPs, if you don't mind to consider moving it at the front of closed session?
Yeah, we can do that when we get in there.
Okay.
Yes, we'll move everybody in there, and Dario will do the breakout room here. So we'll adjourn now into closed session for the board of trustees. All right. We are still preparing to go into closed session. Before we do so, I have a statement to read before we go in. The session is closed pursuant to paragraphs 1 and 2 of Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision D. The Brown Act and no other statute requires disclosure of written privileged communications and written communications exempt from disclosure of the California Public Records Act. And so that is applicable as we're going into closed session. Also, my understanding, we lost our live stream, and I asked Board Council Ewing to restate the notice prior to going into closed session here that you were saying items 1.4, 1.5.
Thank you, President Ntuk. On item 1.4, the board will discuss a matter pertaining to Trustee Zia. So pursuant to Trustee Zia's agreement with the court, she will not participate in that item. And then item 1.5, some of the discussion will pertain to Trustee Zia. She will not participate in that portion of the discussion under 1.5 pertaining to her. When there's a discussion pertaining to matters that do not involve her, Trustee Zia will be so notified, and of course in the closed session discussion for matters not pertaining to her.
Thank you, Council. All right, Daria, we are now adjourned into closed session.
Excuse me, I have my hand up, my electronic hand up.
Let's adjourn the closed session and take.
I'd like to make a statement, if that's okay with you, President Ntuk.
No, if we can hold to get into closed session, we can talk about it there.
No, I think it's important to make it in public session because Mr. Ewing keeps saying I have an agreement with the court. I have had an agreement with you guys as long as you would have segmented the items previously, which you didn't. I voluntarily am recusing myself as I've offered to do so before. So this is no agreement per se, it's because I have offered to voluntarily recuse myself. That's just want to punctuate that for the record.
Okay.
If I may?
I'm going to.
I may.
Yeah, go. Well, first, I just want to say that it's out of order right now to go competing statements. We're not going to have a debate about this, but I also want to hear from Board Council Ewing as we're trying to conclude this transition. Council Ewing.
Thank you. So my statement speaks for itself, and it's based upon the representations of Trustee Zia's counsel to the judge, and by Trustee Zia through her counsel to the judge. The district is relying upon those statements to the judge that she would recuse herself on matters pertaining to her, specifically the investigation, discussion in closed session pertaining to her, and any litigation regarding Trustee Zia in closed session pertaining to her. So the district is specifically relying upon the representation of Trustee Zia and her counsel to the court at a prior hearing with respect to the announcement that I made on items 1.4 and 1.5.
Yeah, I plan on doing that. I just wanted to correct that. I've done this. I've offered to recuse myself previously, and you refused to segment, and now you're segmenting, which allows me to recuse myself. So I will be recusing myself for those portions. I appreciate you mentioning that.
Point of order. We're going to move now into closed session. This is not a time for a debate on the topic, and we're very clear on the legal ruling. All right, at this point, we're going to go into closed session. Thank you, everybody. All right, welcome back to the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees meeting. This is Board President Uduak Joe Intuk. This is the Wednesday, February 24th, 2021 regular meeting of the board. We are just reconvening at a closed session and going to item 2. But before that, we just report out there was no reportable action and nothing to report from closed session, and that we will have a second closed session on items 1.5, 1.6, and 1.7 at the conclusion of the regular open meeting. Now that we've reconvened into open session, we're going to move into item 2.2 to do the Pledge of Allegiance. And we have a new student trustee with us tonight, Trustee Blackman, and we're going to ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. If you want to unmute yourself and lead in the pledge.
Okay, sounds great. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
to the flag
Of America.
of the United States of
United States of
America and to the republic
for which it stands,
and one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Trustee Blackman.
Thank you.
We also have a vocal rendition tonight from one of our students, Joseph Lamar, on Lift Every Voice and Sing. As we are aware, we're Black History or Black Heritage Month, and this is the Black National Anthem for folks who are unaware. Joseph, can you unmute yourself or can you hear?
Yep.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Excellent job again. Appreciate your sharing your gifts with us this evening. You at an earlier Black History Month event sang the Black National Anthem, and really appreciate you helping kick off our meeting tonight with that. Joseph, if we can ask you, what is your major and year?
I'm actually a double major. Technically, I'm a vocal jazz and a composition major, and I'll be graduating this semester.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Congratulations on that.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it. All right, we're going to move on here to roll call. Board Secretary Hahn, can you do a roll call of the trustees, including our new trustee?
I sure will. Student trustee Blackman,
Present.
Virginia Baxter. Here. Herlinda Chico.
Present.
Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Uduak Joe Intuk,
Present.
and Sunny Zia.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have full attendance and quorum tonight. And one item to clarify, I misspoke on the closed session agenda. A second one we're going to have, we also will be hearing item 1.4 that's on the agenda. We did not hear that in the previous closed session at this meeting. And so now we'll move on to, I guess that was 2.4, report of closed session.
Yes,
So I'm jumping ahead there, but we already had no reportable action for that agenda item. Now we're moving to item 2.5, public comments on agenda items. Do we have any public comments on agenda items tonight, Secretary?
no request.
All right, no requests. We're moving into 2.6. This is a different item. This is a public disclosure, and to share with everyone, this is a public disclosure of the Long Beach Community College Faculty Association and the district initial bargaining proposals. At this time, the public shall have an opportunity to express itself regarding the bargaining proposals as described in our agenda tonight on items 7.1 and 7.2. The initial bargaining proposal from the Faculty Association and the district are sunshined here at the Board of Trustees meeting. And it was actually already sunshined January 27th, last month, 2021. In accordance with Government Code Section 3547, the public now has an opportunity to express itself about the proposals. The proposals can be viewed on our doc reports on our website that are embedded as attachments on 7.1 and 7.2 also tonight. Do we have any speakers, Secretary Hahn, to the initial bargaining proposals?
There were no requests unless somebody on the meeting would like to make a comment, but no other requests.
All right, and then as we've been doing in our virtual environment, if anyone does have anything to say, we ask you to raise your virtual hand there in the Zoom box on reactions. You can do a raise your hand. At this point, I see no raised hands from any of our virtual participants, and so we'll move on from that. Thank you, everyone. We're going to item 2.7, the minutes of the January 13th, 2021 special meeting of the Board of Trustees. It was our retreat session. The attached minutes are on the agenda. And this is an action item where we'll need a motion and a second to adopt the minutes. Is there a motion from any of the trustees?
So moved.
All right. I had Trustee Baxter had her hand up. I'm going to say Trustee Vice President Chico seconded. So there's a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on the minutes before we take a roll call? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move, Secretary Hahn, if we take a roll call vote to adopt the minutes with our student trustee going first in their advisory vote.
Student trustee Blackman? You're on mute.
Oh, there. Aye.
Thank you. Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
All right. The minutes have been adopted. Moving to item 2.8, the minutes of the January 21st, 2021 special board meeting retreat session number 2. This also is an action item, agenda item, and attached are the minutes. Is there a motion and a second from the board to adopt this item?
So move.
Motion from
Second.
Trustee Baxter. Trustee Zia had the second. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Hearing and seeing no discussion, Secretary Hahn, call for the roll call vote.
Student trustee Blackman?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
All right, the minutes have been adopted on 2.8 from the January 21st meeting. Next, we're on the last set of, we got 4 sets of minutes tonight. 2.9, approval of minutes from the January 27th regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees. This is also an action item that will need a motion in a second. Trustee Baxter, I see your hand up. We'll take that as the motion.
So move.
Is there a second? Who can click the fastest? Is that student trustee Blackman, I think, has the second?
Yes.
And then for recording purposes, I'll give my name as our software is not that update, student trustee Blackman. When the student trustee gives a motion, which you can do first or second, we have to have another trustee just for temporarily system record it.
I'll second it.
I already did, trustee Zia. Thank you. Okay, any discussion on the minutes? Hearing and seeing no discussion, call for a roll call vote.
Student trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
The minutes have been adopted. Moving to item 2.10, approve minutes of the February 17th special meeting of the closed session of the Board of Trustees. This also is an action item. We'll need a motion and a second to adopt.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Zia. Is that trustee Baxter with a second?
Yeah, second.
All right, it's been moved in second. Any discussion on these minutes? Hearing and seeing no discussion, we'll go to roll call vote.
Student trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you. The minutes have been adopted. We'll move on to item 2.11. At this point, we have our ASB President's Report. And if, I don't know, is Cesar on? Yes,
Yes.
President Fierro, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, President Board of Trustee Joe Ntuk. I appreciate that very much. So just a little bit on my report, just in the beginning. So let me just pull up my notes real quick. So first I want to say, I hope everybody's doing well. First, I would like to introduce our new student trustee, Richard Blackman. I know I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself because I want him to actually introduce himself when it's his turn to report. Second, I would like to keep you updated with the associate student body. Currently, my cabinet members are hungry for change. They want to see change. They actually want to see a lot of action and they want to complete it before the end of the semester. They have various projects that they are working on, which I will not share because I want them to actually put it into action. So for all my cabinet members out there, just letting you folks know I'm here to support you. And hopefully you actually put it into action. And one last thing, because I do want to mention something on the agenda. There's actually a reflection that I actually want to speak of. And speaking with the Associate Student Body Cabinet and other constituents, I'd like to address once tonight agenda items, item 5.2 resolution Black History Month. So when I was actually reviewing this resolution, I actually thought about it a lot. And I wanted to express how the Associate Student Body Cabinet and the constituents feel. LBCC students acknowledge the ways the college has brought some awareness to and issues towards the African-American Black community face, including all the guest speakers who have done a great job motivating and encouraging us to keep moving forward. With that being said, as students, we realize there is much more that Long Beach City College must do that is action-based, like hiring more African-American, Black, and Brown folks within the faculty, human resources, and administration. As much as I love all of you folks for bringing awareness to our campus, I'm tired of seeing African-American community in Long Beach City College struggling during this pandemic. Each district committee meeting I-10, information and data are presented that demonstrates how Brown and Black folks are struggling the most during these times. And it sickens me. But even worse, sadly, the data and information are not new to us. As someone who came from the low-income community, I could have easily fell within those statistics. We speak of anti-racism, equality, and equity, and proclaim our pride ourselves on LBCC being so diverse. However, I do not see or hear a clear plan for how we will align solution-based action with our yearly resolutions. We would like to see an actual plan and strategies associated with diversifying LBCC personnel. As a Black Indigenous man, every time I sit in this district committee meeting, I rarely see Black and Brown people making decisions on behalf of their respective communities. How many awareness resolutions do we have to pass before Black, Indigenous people of color are proportionally represented at the table? How many of us will we have to die before the change we proclaim to be about us as a district and college is realized? I come from the so-called ghetto, and I'm now working to help bring about change within Long Beach City College. But I don't want to be a token. I don't want to be the only one thriving as a result of my associate student body position while seeing others like myself suffering as a result of many ways that are underserved within the US educational system. I know you folks actually quoted Amanda Gorman in this resolution tonight, and you folks stated in your resolution, the new dawn blooms as we are free. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it and we're brave enough to be the change. My final question to all of you is, how many of us are brave enough to be the change? When I was writing this, I thought a lot about what President Untuck actually said many meetings ago when the uprising was going on. And he told us that we have to do a lot more for our African-American Black communities. And when I look back to that meeting where President Untuck actually came into the meeting and telling us how we have to do more, I took that personal because I wanted to show President Untuck that we can actually get more people of color, especially Black and Indigenous African-American folks in these meetings. You know, I started off with hardly any African-American Black folks within my associate student body. And when I was looking for a new individual to replace Jenna, I wanted someone to be from the African-American Black community because I wanted to state action. I'm tired of just hearing and just hearing resolutions being passed, but I really want to give others the opportunity to be seeing themselves in these spaces. And so President Untuck, you know, when you said how we need to do a lot more for our community, especially with our Black and African-American folks, I took that to heart. And I actually went looking for more African-American, Black, Indigenous folks to represent us in the Associate Student Body President. So that is the end of my report.
Cesar, thank you so much for your report tonight. I appreciate your leadership and action. It's very easy to say something but not do something, and you did something tonight by bringing our new student trustee Blackman here. And I know and share your sentiment. It was nearly 2 decades that we had no Black trustee elected to the board prior to my joining the board in 2018. So thank you for your leadership, and I echo your call. Action is more important than words. And I do see a few of my fellow trustees. I think you have some responses to your report tonight, so be ready. Vice President Chico has her hand up, and then I think Trustee Malilu may have her hand up. Vice President Chico, you want to respond?
Yes. So thank you, Cesar, so much for those passionate remarks. I agree 100%. I hope you'll be happy a little bit later when I talk a little bit about requesting a strategic plan for our hiring practices to ensure that we're going to hire more diverse faculty. I agree that we need to have a plan in place and know how we're going to implement that plan. So I'll be discussing that a little bit later. But you've been doing some really great work and bringing some issues to the forefront. I was wondering, and I don't know, since this is the first time I'm asking questions of our ASB president during the report, I was wondering if you could provide an update on the feminine hygiene products that you're trying to get in the bathrooms.
Thank you for mentioning that. I know we're still continuing working on that. I know I did try to bring a meeting and it didn't go as planned because, you know, last minute recalls, but I know I'm still looking forward to actually bringing in sanitary products, hopefully not just in the women's restroom, but in the men's restroom as well. So let's see if we can actually accomplish that by the end of the semester, but there's so much I can do within the next 5 months. So thank you.
And thank you for bringing up that the sanitary product should be in both bathrooms, right? That's really important. So thank you for acknowledging that. And what sort of assistance do we need to help bring that forward? Who have you met with, Cesar?
I know I did try to get a meeting with the president, our VP, our 2 VPs, and like I stated before, something went wrong throughout the meeting. You know, someone couldn't show up, so I did try to reschedule that meeting again. Hopefully I could eventually, but we'll just see.
Well, I'm sure Superintendent President Bynum, that's something that you can help with, right? Facilitate?
For sure. Yeah, we had a mix up with the first meeting, but also just so you know, we've been talking about it internally at the executive cabinet level. I know VP Drinkwine has had some conversations as well, but we're working on another meeting right now with the vendor, I think, that Cesar had been communicating with.
That's wonderful. And maybe include Cesar, to give him an update occasionally so that he's aware that his efforts are being addressed and he can provide a report to his cabinet, who clearly feels that this is an important issue as well. So maybe if we can expand that communication, that may be helpful for our ASB president as well.
That would be good. I meet with Cesar on a regular basis too. So we'll
great.
be talking more about that.
And in those meetings, then the update of where we are in that process would work. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Trustee Malula had her hand up and then it's down. I don't know if she still wanted to say something.
I didn't have my hand up. I was applauding, but I just want to say congratulations on an excellent report. Cesar, you did an outstanding job. I particularly appreciate the remarks you made regarding your appointment of our new student trustee, Richard. Very heartfelt and deliberate decision, and I appreciate the diligence that you made. And Cesar, it's not just you. From what I understand, it's also the majority of the ASB as well, who are really making an effort to be more inclusive, and it shows. So I really appreciate that. And I can't wait for us to be able to get back on campus and actually be together and have events and see the fruit of your labor in person. So keep up the great work. And Richard, let me take this opportunity to welcome you as a student trustee. We're very excited to have you on the board.
Thank you. Trustee Baxter has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, President Tuck. I also welcome Richard. Glad you're here. Look forward to hearing from you. I just, as historian of Long Beach City College, I just want to point out, because Vice President Drinkwine is relatively new, is we had feminine products in every restroom. The reason they were taken out is because they were broken into for the money. So if we're going to put them back in, I suggest that we come up with a plan that maybe it's free, rather than encourage vandalism. The group that Trustee Z and I are involved with, we collected sanitary products and they are in the women's locker room for any student. But I also understand, being of that age just a few years ago, that's not very convenient. So if we can come up with something that's a win-win situation, but I would hate to have the same machines put back in and then broken into.
And not just the women's bathroom. I think that's really important.
No, I'm talking about historical. I realize, Vice President Chico, the times have changed.
Trustee Baxter, I don't think they make those machines anymore from the 1970s. I'm kidding. All right.
I may be old, President Ntuk, but I'm not that old.
You were at Long Beach City College in the 70s.
I know, no. But when the machines were taken out, it was probably 10, 15 years ago.
In the 90s.
Okay. Oh, yes, I was at Long Beach City College in 1970. Thank you for reminding everyone.
Oh, sorry. You were the historian. You got to know how far your history goes. All right. Thank you, everyone, for the feedback. Thank you, Cesar, and appreciate the report. And just to note, there are several, if not a half dozen, men of color around the table tonight in our meeting, participating in either board council, vice presidents, Dario's here, myself. So I appreciate your recognition and words. We're now moved to our next report from our student trustee, Blackman. This is going to be your opportunity to introduce yourself and give any updates you have. Trustee Blackman, the floor is yours.
Good evening, and thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege to be here tonight. Thank you, Cesar, for the great words that you had today. My name is Richard Blackman. This is my first year here at LBCC. I just started in the summer. I'm a political science major. I'm hoping to finish with my degree here and then transfer to another school out here and then go to law school back on the East Coast where I came from. I'll probably go back for law school. I'm a transplant to California. I've been here for 5 years now from Columbia, Maryland. So I lived there my whole life and then moved here just to seek new opportunities and further myself. So I'm really happy to be here. Previously, before I was in school, I was working for a technology company. It was a sports-based tech company. It was a great company. You know, I had a lot of fun there. We did a lot of great things. We worked with Sierra Canyon and Mama Sports Academy and Kobe Bryant. But after some tragedies and then the pandemic, you know, the business just wasn't there anymore. So I'm back in school again. I did attend school before, but for personal reasons, I didn't finish. So now I'm back. I'm fully committed to what I'm doing. And I'm looking forward to helping students who were in a position that I was in before too, you know, to making sure they finish, they keep going, and they're reaching their goals. I'm also excited to work with all of the board members. And, you know, I hope to get the opportunity to meet with you all one-on-one sometime soon too, just to talk and build a personal relationship with you all as well too. And I look forward to working with everyone too. So thank you for allowing me to be here.
Well, thank you. Welcome, Richard. And what was your field of study again?
Political science.
Political science. Wonderful. I know we have a couple of questions, but welcome. As a student trustee, you're our student voice. You can speak to any of the items that come up, just like any of the other trustees. We did your predecessor a year ago change the rules where the student trustee gets to vote first before the rest of us. So we get to hear the student voice before we make our decisions on how each of us vote. So we welcome your input, your opinion, and hopefully, I know this is your first meeting that usually comes out the agenda the Friday before, so the weekend before I have an opportunity to kind of see the different items and ask questions and then be ready for a conversation on our Wednesday evening meeting. So we welcome you, and I know my colleagues are also have some welcoming words. I saw Vice President Chico first and I have Trustee Zia next.
Well, welcome, Richard. I wanted to wait for your official introduction so I can hear a little bit about you, and very impressive. And I want to acknowledge that your path here to Long Beach City College is not unusual. There are so many different ways that people find community college. I'm a product of the community college district here in California. And so there are different reasons why we're here. It is a wonderful education. I'm sure you're enjoying the weather over the last 5 years rather than being in Maryland. But we're happy that you're here, and poli-sci is fantastic. I'm sure you're going to do really well. We're excited to have you on the board.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Zia.
Thank you. Welcome, Richard. Trustee Blackmon, it's a pleasure having you on the board. I can't wait to see what great things you're going to be up to. You could certainly set up a virtual meeting with me. My cell phone is also made available to the public, but I'll give it out again here. Feel free to call me anytime. It's 562-270-5017. You can call me anytime, or any members of the public, and I'm here to support you, to share any experience that may help you grow, or anything you need. And I also want to thank Cesar. Those are really beautiful words, and I'm really proud of you both. I'm so proud of all of you students that we have, and especially the students in student body and trustee domain and leadership. Thank you for your service, and it's wonderful to see you in action.
Thank you.
All right, welcome, Trustee Blackmon. We are going to move on to our next agenda item, 2.13 on Academic Senate President's Report. And we'll go to President Flores, if you're there. Jerry?
I am here. Thank you very much. Good evening. The spring semester is underway. We continue to focus on the success of our students while addressing the challenges that come from teaching and providing support services in a virtual environment. Most importantly, we, faculty, staff, management, administration, remain a strong, focused, and dedicated team. So we are looking forward to continuing those efforts. Nadar Twal is the program administrator in the Office of Curriculum, Instruction, and Professional Development for the Long Beach Unified School District. He is also a member of our curriculum committee representing LBUSD. He and 3 of his K-12 colleagues participated in our cultural curriculum audit last month. He spoke today about his profound experience as a participant and was effusive in his praise of the audit. He went to great lengths to share what was learned and how those lessons were immediately put into practice. In particular, he shared how he was personally impacted and how grateful he was to have had the opportunity to participate, learn, and grow. Just another testimonial as to the impact the audit is having, not only on our campus, but within our city's educational community. The faculty leadership team is already making plans for the next audit, which will be held early in the summer. We have submitted our documentation for Ethnic Studies 1 and 1H earlier this month. We are waiting to hear from the CSU reviewers if it is approved. We're very excited and we're very hopeful. We will share more information with the board as soon as we receive it. Last spring was a trying time of racial and civil unrest throughout the state and across the nation. At the beginning of the fall semester, Senate exec felt compelled to take a stand and began writing a resolution. The Academic Senate of the California Community Colleges also stepped up and drafted a pledge with a commitment to anti-racism education with the goal of gaining support from all of the California community colleges. As it was presented and ratified at the fall plenary, the Senate at Long Beach City College chose to include that pledge in our resolution. At last week's Academic Senate meeting, the resolution was presented again to the senators for a second reading and was unanimously adopted. I'm very proud to share with the Board of Trustees, college administration, faculty, classified college colleagues, and students the Academic Senate's Resolution 56.1, support for anti-biased and anti-racist environments. Whereas Long Beach City College Academic Senate serves a diverse population of students, faculty, staff, administrators, and community members. Whereas the continued brutality and killings targeting people who identify as Black, Indigenous, and people of color have produced mistrust, outrage, and fear. Whereas the Long Beach City College Academic Senate, along with the Long Beach Community College District, acknowledges the existence and longstanding impacts of racism in Long Beach and the country. Whereas the Long Beach City College Academic Senate recognizes that the lives of students, faculty, staff, and administrators who identify as BIPOC and or LGBTQ may have experienced implicit or explicit acts of bias and racism at the college. Be it resolved that the Long Beach City College Academic Senate vows to create safe, anti-biased, and anti-racist educational and working environments for BIPOC and LGBTQ students, faculty, staff, and administrators within which they can learn and grow in a supportive community and without fear. And be it further resolved that the Long Beach City College Academic Senate improves anti-biased and anti-racist approaches to instruction and student services throughout methods and venues, including but not limited to the Student Equity Committee, faculty professional development opportunities, workshops and conversations, cultural curriculum audits, and the President's Task Force on Race, Equity, and Inclusion. And be it further resolved that the Long Beach City College Academic Senate commit to diversifying the recruitment, hiring, and promotion of BIPOC and LGBTQ faculty, and be it further resolved that the Long Beach City College Academic Senate commits to dismantling structural racism by signing the Academic Senate for the California Community Colleges Anti-Racist Pledge. I'm very proud of the action of the Senate, and we look forward to working collaboratively with everyone to see this come to fruition. It is time. I want to welcome Richard. Welcome as the student trustee. It's always wonderful to have students. on the Board of Trustees and in the student government. I was a part of that organization for many years, and I loved working with the students. So on behalf of the Senate, welcome. We are looking forward to working with you. That concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Looks like Trustee Zia has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, Jerry. That was wonderful. I had a couple questions. One, on the resolution that you just read, might it be possible to also add anti-Semitism? Because that's also something that we face across the country and beyond, and it's on the rise. That's one question I have. And then second, can you please just for my own edification and for the benefit of the public, are the meetings for the academic senate open to the public? And if so, how does one attend if we so want to do that? I couldn't find it on the website. I asked the interim superintendent president. I think we've got her so busy, she may have not had time to get back to me. So if you could be so kind to provide that information as well, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. We're a Brown Act committee, so we're open. I thought I was mute. Sorry, I apologize. We're a Brown Act committee, so everyone is welcome to join us. The links are available not only on the Academic Senate website, they're available on our agendas at the top of the agenda, and they are available on our board docs. So everything is available. If you have trouble connecting, please let me know, and we'll make sure that we get you that link. With regard to your request for changing the resolution, this was the resolution that was adopted as it stands from the Senate. So I would have to take that back. I would not have the liberty to change the resolution without going back to the Senate.
Sure, I'd really appreciate that. And I'd like to speak to the senators about that, if possible.
We take public comments and we follow the same procedures as the board. It's an opportunity to email your comments in, and they will be read and shared with the senators.
Yeah, if you could be so kind to send the link, because I certainly couldn't find it. And I'd really appreciate it if you could provide that information so we can make ourselves available if we'd like to. Thank you.
Duly noted. Duly noted. Thank you.
Vice President Chico, unmute yourself.
Yes. So, the ethnic studies item was passed before I was on the board and went to academic senate. And I'm really happy to hear that it's moving forward. It's probably too late, and I don't know exactly where you are in that process, but I really did want to bring up, and if we can't do it now, maybe we can look at it at a different time, but ensuring that we incorporate the history of our Cambodian community and keeping in mind the political and emotional sensitivity that is still surrounding genocide. And generations following refugees. And then in terms of curriculum, wondering if there's an opportunity to explore an interpreter's certificate in Khmer. The city of Long Beach has added Khmer as a language that they use. Everything is done in English, Spanish, and Khmer. So there are job opportunities as well for residents who maybe have a certificate in translating. So just something to keep in mind. I know I'm late to the game, but I just kind of wanted to put that out there.
Sure. I just have a clarifying question. You initially asked about the ethnic studies. I was just talking about the class. I wasn't talking about the board's resolution.
Right. And I'm not talking about the resolution either. I'm talking about the class and when we move forward in curriculum. I mean, I love the fact that it's moving forward so quickly, but I don't know, I wasn't here for a presentation, so I don't know what the process is or where you are in the process. And I would hate to.
So let me take a moment and share. So the development of the ethnic studies class is in direct relationship to the new CSU graduation requirement. And they are requiring now students who get degrees from the CSUs to have taken an ethnic studies class. So we were immediately very interested and very anxious to participate. The challenge became we had to wait to see if this was going to be an upper division class or a lower division class. Based on that, we would know if we would get to participate or not. So we are very excited that it will be a lower division class, which means it can be offered at Long Beach City College and at other community colleges, but we won't mention them, just Long Beach City. So we are excited. Our curriculum committee really, I have to give credit to Dr. Wendy Koenig, who is our curriculum chair, and her entire committee got to work right away in anticipation of what's going to be a very big need, because we are aware that the CSUs are not going to be able to accommodate all of the sections that they're going to need to have. So we're excited and know that this class is based on what the CSU is requiring. So for us to get it articulated, for them to accept it as being what they want to have, we had to meet certain benchmarks. I'm happy to share that with you. I'm also happy to invite Dr. Koenig to make a presentation when we finally get that thumbs up from the CSU that we can offer this class. But again, we're offering it on their behalf. We had to meet their criteria, their benchmarks. And so that's what we did. But we're hoping to be able to expand that.
That would be wonderful. So yes, maybe a side meeting so that I can catch up to everybody else. That would be great.
It would be a pleasure. It would be a pleasure. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other questions? Thank you, President Ntuk.
I don't know if you guys can hear me. I've apparently lost my audio.
We can hear
You guys can hear
you.
me? I can't hear anybody else.
We can hear you now.
Okay, it looks like no one else's mouths are moving, that discussion is concluded.
Yeah.
I can't hear anybody. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. Sorry, my internet is going out here. You guys can hear me? We're ready for agenda item 2.14. CC, you want to go next yourself?
Yes, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I echo the words of Academic Senate President Florence about the great sense of collegiality and teamwork of all members of the campus community. It's been really heartening to that everybody's careful and collegial and working together. And we've made some amazing technological and organizational changes despite the year-long situation that we've been in. We're looking very much forward to further participation in the framework for reconciliation and the presidential search process, which we're going to hear about tonight, both of those things. And a little thing that's kind of interesting, again, sort of pandemic related, is our statewide conference for our statewide organization for classified senates, which is called California Community Colleges Classified Senate. This organization, we couldn't have done it without them 5 years ago. And in the ensuing 5 years, we have many, many such helpful reps. The president of that organization lives quite near to here, and she's been such a great help to us over these past few years. And their conference this year is going to be virtual. And one of our struggles every year is to send as many people as possible with the budget that we have. And it's been very difficult because, hotels, transportation, and all that kind of thing. But this year we're pretty excited because we could send quite a large number of people because the fee is going to be so minimal this year. So that's pretty exciting. We're going to have a great group of people for 2.5 days participating in that virtual conference. So to echo others that have been speaking, just welcome to the board, Richard, and our new student trustee, and we're so glad to have you. And Joseph Lamar, that was such a beautiful performance. And Cesar, your words were eloquent and meaningful and important and heartfelt, and I could feel your intensity. And I just have been so gratified that you and your groups the different groups you've had over the semesters have been such interested in really making real change and letting your voice be heard. And I've said this before to you to keep it up. And so Richard, you follow in the tradition of Jenna Jimenez, who was very committed and honest and forthright, and she was a great representative of the students to the board. So you kind of have big shoes to fill. So just keep it going and keep it up, and we're just so proud of all of you. So that concludes my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cece. We're going to go to our 2.15, our Long Beach CCFA bargaining president's report. If Diana's there.
I'm here. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I first would like to echo everything that President Sadler just said, but also welcome our newest trustee, Trustee Blackman, welcome. As well as once again, thank the district for working with the city of Long Beach to provide vaccines for many of the employees here. I just went to get my second one at around 3 o'clock today. So to offer a report, first off, FA is busy preparing to open negotiations with the district in March. So I would like to personally thank Dr. Janae Hun, our chief negotiator, for all the work that she has put into this process, as well as our team members, Sophia Biaz, Suzanne Engelhart, Suman Mandanuri, and Dr. Seth. Next, there's about 100 tenured faculty that will be going through evaluation this semester. So FA just today and tomorrow will be conducting workshops for those that are interested in helping review the process as well as assisting with any of those faculty who are either being evaluated or are on the committees for those individuals being evaluated, answering any questions that they might have. This is in addition to a joint workshop that FA provided with the district HR at the end of last semester, as well as during winter session to overview the process. Lastly, FA has put together a small work group of faculty primarily that have returned to campus to assist us with information as we move closer to perhaps a reopening. They will serve as an advisory to FA, to myself, when issues or situations arise as we go toward reopening. So in closing, I would like to commemorate Black Heritage Month and say that last Friday, February 19th, is an important date for my community. In 1942, President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, which allowed the United States government to remove any Japanese or Japanese American living on the West Coast and essentially incarcerate them. So all of my grandparents, my parents, my aunts, my uncles, even some of my older cousins were imprisoned for 4 years, simply for being Japanese or having Japanese blood. For many, within 48 hours to a week, they had to abandon their jobs, leave their homes, school, and their lives to be sent to one of 10 concentration camps scattered in remote regions of the country. Of the 120,000 Japanese American, no one was ever charged, let alone convicted for espionage or sabotage. So every February 19th, the Japanese American community commemorates, we call it the Day of Remembrance of Executive Order 9066 as a reminder of the impact that this incarceration experience had on our families, our community, and our country. We acknowledge this day which gives my community an opportunity to educate individuals about this country's racist and bigoted actions. And hopefully people will learn from this and make sure this type of mistake never happens again. So thank you very much. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. And I think your report tonight illuminates why it's important to have a diversity of experiences and people at our table and at our board meetings to echo and remind us of some of the atrocities of the past so that they're not repeated. And also for our students to know what happened, not just in our country, but even our community of Long Beach. We lost a tremendously vibrant Japanese American community as a result of that. And that didn't come back in West Long Beach. And so it's thank you for bringing that to our attention tonight and reminding us. And we just want to say thank you. Appreciate that perspective. Also, I do want to thank LBCFA for having me as a guest last week at the Rep Council meeting. Appreciate the opportunity to continue to have open line of communication and meet on a regular basis with the association. So thank you, Diana. We're now going to go to agenda item 2.16, our AFT bargaining president's report. Mr. Remetta, President Remetta, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
I can hear.
All right, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Board President Ntuk, Interim President Bynum, esteemed board members, and I also want to personally welcome Richard Blackman, to the board. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I wish you all the best. I want to start out by recognizing the never-ending work that the facilities department is doing to keep our campus the best in the state. They work tirelessly and on campus every day to do the best they can to keep our facility in tip-top shape. I want to make a special thanks to the classified that are volunteering to work in the health screening booths on both campuses. Without them, we couldn't bring our students back with the pandemic still going on. They're essential to keeping the students in class. Last, I want to report that this spring semester has been going great, the start at least, and the classified are working intensely to support our students and faculty to make it as successful as all our other semesters have been in the past. I want to thank all of you for all the hard work you guys do to keep us going and keep the college in the right direction. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Robert. Moving to item 2.17, our CHI bargaining president's report. I don't see Curtis on, but I don't know if anyone else from CHI is on as a representative this evening. Do we have anyone else from CHI? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on in the agenda. This is now agenda item 2.8, reordering the agenda. This is an opportunity for folks to make a request to reorder the agenda. I know we do have 3 presentations that are immediately after the superintendent president's report, but I don't know if there's any other items that we need to reorder. I don't think we need to reorder any items tonight. Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to section 3 and agenda item 3.1, superintendent president's report. Interim Superintendent Bynum, the floor is yours. Oh, you're on mute.
Okay.
There.
Thank you very much. Thanks, President Ntuk, and good evening, everybody. I want to, first of all, welcome Richard Blackman. Richard, I think you're going to do a terrific job, and I want to congratulate Cesar for appointing you. And if you just take a look at some of the things that Cesar is doing, I think he's going to be a great mentor too. He's been an absolutely fantastic ASB president. I just also, because of the conversation that came up earlier, I wanted to remind everybody that we will be having a March presentation to the board regarding our ethnic studies work that we've been doing. So everyone stay tuned for that. As we begin tonight's meeting, I want to acknowledge the passing of a couple of people that are near and dear to our hearts. Elena Martinez Keefe worked at Long Beach City College as my executive assistant for 5.5 years from May 10th to December 15th. She was a lovely, happy-go-lucky person with a big heart that willingly helped others in the office as well as making sure that I was on my game every day. She was an incredibly competent, classically trained secretary who had all the skills one could hope for as well. She had retired and went back to Minnesota with her husband, Matt, to enjoy family and travel. I was very saddened to hear about her death, and I want to send, and we all want to send Matt and their two families our deepest sympathies. We also remember the legacy of Eunice Sato, who served as the first female mayor and first Asian American mayor of Long Beach from 1980 to 1982, who recently died at her home in Long Beach. She was 91. She was 99. Mayor Sato was elected to the Long Beach City Council in 1975, served till 1986, and that included 2 terms as mayor. Governor George Deukmejian had appointed her to 3 state commissions, and President George H.W. Bush appointed her to the National Advisory Council on Educational Research in 1991. In 2015, she was honored with the naming of a new high school in East Long Beach, the Sato Academy of Math and Sciences. Our thoughts and prayers go out also to the family of Mayor Sato. She was an amazing person. She was small, but she was a mighty pistol for us in Long Beach. A little bit of good news. Last week, I was informed that Long Beach City College's Phi Theta Kappa chapter has been named a 2021 REACH chapter for efforts to bring the life-changing benefits and opportunities of Phi Theta Kappa membership to even more students on our campus in 2020. Typically, over 91% of the PTK members complete an associate degree or transfer to a 4-year college. They also have access to about $48 million in scholarships. Congratulations to our students and the chapter for the great work they did to encourage other students to become members. We've been talking about Black Heritage Month. Everybody knows that Long Beach City College is celebrating during February and March, and it's well underway. The Planning Committee is hosting lectures, cultural performances, resource fairs, highlighting accomplishments and the needs of the Black community. I want to thank everybody who attended the welcome event on February 9th, which included remarks from Board President Intuck and LBCCD Personnel Commissioner Robin Gordon Peterson. Although a number of events have already taken place, I want to invite you to participate in as many as you can. A full schedule is available on the LBCC website. And as a reminder to our students, available also is the Black Student Resource Guide. This online resource was developed to assist our students as they try to navigate through college and through Long Beach City College. A few words about the spring semester. We're a few weeks into it. It'll continue till June 9th. As with the previous semester, we're holding some essential labs in person and a full class schedule of online offerings. Our enrollments are down about 8%, unfortunately, but we aren't in the double digits like some colleges in our region. We have and will continue to make adjustments to encourage enrollments. Admissions and records and faculty agreed to an extended open enrollment period into the first week of the semester, which I think was a reason why we stayed out of the double digits, and I want to applaud them for doing that. We have also implemented a number of additional outreach and case management strategies to encourage more students to enroll. We are going through a review of zip codes and looking at the enrollments of the zip codes to help us target areas within our district. And we are adding more late start classes to give students who are struggling more opportunities to enroll. I also wanted to mention to the board and the community that we are establishing a reopening task force similar to our COVID response team that was established at the beginning of the pandemic to look at the impacts of reopening and the considerations that we need to anticipate whether or not we can bring phased in reopening percentages. Hopefully we can get everybody back by the fall semester, at least at the end of the fall semester. But just like we had to do with closing the campuses, we've got to go through another process to anticipate what's needed for the reopening. And I wanted to share with you, we did a short spring promo video that was created and is being aired on Spectrum. So it's a real quick one, and it's got an amazing new star in the middle of it. So Dario, would you please show the video?
Want to learn from the safety and comfort of your home? Well, Long Beach City College has the answer for you. Spring semester courses are mostly online. You can either take transferable courses to a university or pick up a valuable work skill here at Long Beach City College for the price of $46 per unit. Find out more at lbcc.edu.
Spring semester starts February 8th. Register today.
That's been very well received, and I want to congratulate Cesar. He's become an overnight hit with that promo. As our reminder to our Long Beach City College employees, the college can provide technology to help everyone work remotely. We continue to lend devices such as Chromebooks, laptops, hotspots, and other equipment to assist with online teaching and remote working. We want everybody to have the tools they need. Employees can visit the Administrative and Business Services Frequently Asked Questions section on the COVID-19 information page. There's also a new form to fill out that we've made easier, and we're going to distribute it, make sure it's distributed widely so everybody knows that they can have access to devices. Everyone's been asking about vaccinations. I know a number of us had our second vaccination today, but I want to remind folks that the City of Long Beach Health and Human Services manages the logistics and distribution of vaccinations within Long Beach. The city provided the college an initial 500 vaccination appointments for our essential employees. All faculty and staff have been notified of additional appointments as they are made available. Please note, though, that the city will directly notify employees of available appointments for the second doses, and that information will come through this email or cell phone number that you gave them. The city can only vaccinate people based on the supply they receive. I'm sure everybody's aware of that, but I want to thank the campus for continuing to follow all health and safety directives. And regardless of your vaccination status, please remember to continue to follow those prevention protocols. Tonight, you're going to receive a report on the Framework for Reconciliation. I want to invite the campus community to visit our racial equity webpage that provides information related to the framework, the President's Task Force on Race, Equity, and Inclusion, and other valuable resources. The webpage is available at lbcc.edu/racial-equity. It's still in development, but we have some information there, so we want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. Our vice presidents will be participating in campus conversations with VPs with employees. Information will be sent out with meeting details and information how employees can submit questions to the VPs. On Tuesday, March 2nd, you're going to have a conversation with Dr. Scott. Wednesday, March 3rd, it'll be Student Services with Dr. Munoz. And Thursday, March 4th, it'll be Business Services and Human Resources with Marlene Drinkwine and Jean Duran. So everybody, you can check that out also. I think information has gone out today. I would like to announce also that the 2021 State of the College will take place virtually on March 11th at 10 a.m. Although we didn't have this event last year, we are continuing the tradition this year to make sure our community members, business leaders, and elected officials have an update on district accomplishments and future directions, and we hope you can join us. Planning is going on for 2021 commencement. Our committee is meeting, and they're planning events leading up to and in support of actually graduating our students in a virtual commencement ceremony. I want to thank everybody for their efforts in getting this started, and I know we're going to have a memorable event for our students. I'm not going to say too much about the state budget because VP Drinkwine will talk later about it in the meeting. But I do want to mention that last week, Governor Newsom, Senate President Tony Atkins, and Assembly Speaker Rendon agreed on a package of immediate action that will speed relief to individuals, families, and businesses suffering the most. As it relates to community colleges, the agreement provides an additional $100 million in emergency financial aid for qualifying low-income students carrying 6 or more units. Award amounts will be going out in early April. It also provides $20 million to re-engage students who have either left their community college studies because of the pandemic or to engage students who are at risk of leaving. So we'll put that good money to use for sure, and we'll have some more information on that at a later date. Last Friday was the last day for bills to be introduced in the state legislature. I just wanted to remind the board that Dr. Dale Shimasaki from Strategic Education Services will provide a Sacramento legislative and budget update to the board at our March meeting. From a federal standpoint, the president's 1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan is moving forward. There's nearly 400 billion for higher education, which is much more than the past relief legislation, which is good to hear. Funds will be apportioned under the formula that was established by the CARES Act and will remain available through September 30th, 2023, which is going to be very helpful for us and for our students in particular. I participated in a meeting with other CEOs to discuss legislative priorities and legislation, and we will continue to collaborate with the Chancellor's Office, the League, California Community College League, and the American Association of Community Colleges as we look at this work. I want to congratulate Senator Lena Gonzalez, who represents a portion of the district in the state Senate, on her appointment as Senate Majority Whip, one of the top leadership positions within the legislative body. And she's been a wonderful supporter of the college too. I also want to congratulate our former superintendent president and current California Community College's Chancellor, Eloy Ortiz Oakley, for receiving the 2021 Diverse Champions Award from the publication Diversity Issues in Higher Education. Chancellor Oakley joins a distinguished list of community college leaders who have demonstrated very strong leadership and commitment to achieving equal opportunity for all of our students. Keep an eye out for the next issue of the Campus Community Newsletter that will soon be out. Highlights include our new Personnel Commissioner, Robin Gordon Peterson, our auditorium and Building J ribbon cutting, the PCC parking structure ribbon cutting, our Board of Trustees reorganization, and the grant that the foundation received for student basic needs. And in conclusion, I want to say it's really hard to imagine in a few weeks we'll be marking the 1-year anniversary of the start of the pandemic and the closure of our campuses. With this as a backdrop, I want to extend special appreciation to our faculty and staff during these times. This moment in time is especially challenging, and I'm talking about this month and the next couple of 3 months, because in addition to the pandemic and all of it requires, employees are heavily engaged in a number of efforts that include the accreditation draft report, the enrollment management plan that you will hear about tonight, the kickoff of the strategic plan in March, and the department, divisional, and VP plans, which are due soon. Sometimes it's hard to appreciate the enormous amount of work this takes. I know our faculty, staff, and administrators have worked hard. They've been facing unique challenges and unusual working conditions, but your efforts and actions have not gone unnoticed. And what is very clear is the ongoing dedication that you all have in serving our students. So thank you again for what you do every single day. We all appreciate it very much. And that's the conclusion of my report, and I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Superintendent President Bynum. Doesn't look like you have any. And it looks like we can move into our presentations portion. So item 4.1, Framework of Reconciliation Update. We'll go back to you, Luann, on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to thank everybody at the college. First of all, the board for passing the resolution last summer. It was really the guidepost for us to be able to mobilize and put together an initiative at the college to address this. We're happy to have here with us our partners from CCEJ, Rena Hajat Carroll and Sarah Ogdi, who have done a tremendous job, and hopefully will be continuing to work with us. But I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Munoz, and he's going to start this off and walk us through, and then have our friends from CCEJ join in the presentation.
Thank you, Superintendent President Bynum. Thank you, Board President Uduak Joe-Ntuk, members of the board, as well as our campus colleagues and leaders on campus that are here with us tonight. So just to start with our background and kind of walk us through what we're going to cover tonight, we're really going to be looking at the 2019 highlights and starting with the initial inception of the President's Task Force on Race, Equity, Inclusion. We'll also highlight some of the, and just to also point out and highlight cultural curriculum audits as well. That's another strategy that was used back in 2019 that really took, I think, really hold over the last couple semesters here on campus. Dr. Scott and the leadership from the Academic Senate has been instrumental in leading these efforts, and we've gotten a lot of recognition up and down the state for these efforts, as well as we've engaged in diversity and inclusion speaker series, as well as the student equity subcommittee. And I think the reason why we started with the 2019 highlights and background is because many of these efforts, I think, started before the Framework for Reconciliation, but really because of the Framework for Reconciliation is helping us think a little bit more deeply about this work and how we begin to move forward. We can go to the next slide, please. So in thinking about the Framework for Reconciliation, there are 4 key components to the framework. The first is acknowledging, right? Acknowledging the existence and longstanding impacts of systemic racism here at Long Beach City College. And so the board, through their action that they took in passing the resolution for the Framework for Reconciliation, really provided that foundation for the college to begin to acknowledge, right? And move through that first stage. The second stage is listening. So listening to the accounts and experiences of racial injustice, inequity, or harm. And so we engaged in a process last semester, and we'll go into more detail, to really begin to listen to both faculty, staff, students, and as well as engage with our leadership and administration to understand these different experiences on campus, as well as through our different affinity groups. So there was an opportunity for not just the listening sessions as the collective by the different constituency groups, but also an opportunity to break out within those constituency groups by affinity group to have some more deeper conversations. The third step is referred to as convening. And so that's the convening the stakeholders to evaluate the feedback from the listening process, as well as to shape reform ideas. So in this stage, which we're hoping to begin to start this semester, in the convening stage, we bring folks together, key stakeholders from our shared governance group leaders, as well as from our different affinity group members to really begin to start to reflect on the data, the themes that emerge from the listening sessions, as well as begin to identify and strategize solutions and strategies that the college will essentially think about adopting and move forward. And in that fourth stage is the catalyst action stage. And I think this stage really speaks to much of what our ASB president, Cesar Fierro, spoke to today, right? Is, you know, in these, and again, we're recognizing that this work is iterative and it goes through a stage process, right? But really getting to the stage 4 is where most of us are striving towards, and that's where we begin to implement action. And so this is where you present both immediate short-term, medium-term, and long-term recommendations for consideration. And so the idea of bringing the stakeholders together, developing an action plan with both short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals, as well as a basis for evaluating our progress towards meeting those goals. Those would be characteristics that you would see in this catalyzing action stage. Next slide, please, Daria. So let's talk a little bit about the timeline. So the Framework for Reconciliation was adopted June 24th, 2020. And that was adopted by our Board of Trustees as a framework for reconciliation in support of the Black community. And so really this kind of represented, like I said earlier, that first step in the framework, an acknowledgement. On July 20th, a draft framework plan was shared with the President's Leadership Council. So in response to the board resolution, campus leadership essentially mobilized, got together, and had the opportunity to review not only the resolution, but really start to talk about what would the next steps look like. What would it look like to transition from acknowledging to the listening stage? On September 14th, 2020, a draft framework plan was shared with the Student Equity Committee. So we have a value for shared governance at Long Beach City College. And so it's really important that we think about the different constituency groups that are doing this work. And our Student Equity Subcommittee has been in place for several years at LBCC and has really been an active voice in the equity mindsets on the campus, as well as the strategies that are being used. And so the plan was also shared with them. And then as we begin to move into the months of October and November, we really began to transition to that second step, which is listening. And so on November 13th, we reconvened the President's Task Force on Race, Equity, Inclusion to provide that committee with an opportunity to be updated on many of the efforts. Like I said, since this task force actually was created prior to the adoption of the framework for reconciliation, there was some really nice synergy. So I think about that task force as kind of laying some of the framework as well as the readiness to do this work on our campus. And so it was important to reconvene those folks and bring them together. Next slide. And so as we begin after that initial meeting with the President's Task Force with Race, Equity, and Inclusion, we were able to partner with partners from CCEJ to conduct listening sessions. And as I mentioned earlier, the listening sessions were conducted with both faculty, students, and staff, and had the opportunity within those listening sessions to break out by racial affinity groups. The faculty session took place on October 9th, the student session took place on November 6th, and the staff session took place on November 20th. CCEJ also provided trainings for our Board of Trustees on October 15th, our executive team on October 20th, and our managers on October 21st and 26th. And I think it's important in a moment, I'm going to introduce Sarah from CCEJ, but I think to just draw quickly some of the distinctions, the trainings were really about bringing some of the board, the executive team, and some managers together to have a deeper understanding around some of these issues and the ways in which leadership can provide leadership for racial justice. Whereas the listening sessions were really about providing that space and honoring the perspectives, the experiences, the pain that many folks brought with them into those sessions to provide that venue and outlet to really authentically listen and empathize with folks. And so, like I said, Sarah, I think we'll go into deeper explanation, but I wanted to just draw those two distinctions. And then finally, CCEJ shared a confidential highlights from the listening session with the executive team on December 10th, as well as with the President's Leadership Council, on February 16th. And this was an important step as well. And again, Sarah in a moment is going to provide you with some of those highlights, but this was done and communicated in a way that it really maintained a level of confidentiality, right? Because there was a level of vulnerability to attend those listening sessions. And so there was some mindfulness in making sure that we protected the anonymity of folks who participated, and really just provide high level summary of themes that emerged from those conversations in a way that could not necessarily be attributed back to an individual or a group of people, but that would help us as an organization really understand where are some of our blind spots. What are some folks experiencing, feeling that we need to be more aware of, and so that we can develop that intentional response, especially as we move into the next stage, the next two stages, and especially when we get to stage 4, which is that catalytic action stage. So with that said, if we could go to the next slide, I would like to introduce Sarah. Sarah from CCEJ is here with us tonight, and she's going to walk the board and the rest of us through some of the themes that have emerged from the listening sessions, as well as some recommendations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Munoz, as well as everyone here for allowing us to be here and to share this space. My name is Sarah Ogdi. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I'm here representing CCEJ. We are the California Conference for Equality and Justice. So the work that I'm sharing here is certainly not just mine. I'm sharing the work of many of our incredible facilitators and trainers who have been a part of this process. For those of you who might not be familiar with CCEJ, racial justice has long been a part of our mission for decades and decades. Over time, that's expanded to include a much more intersectional lens, as well as to include restorative justice as a tool for holding folks accountable in relationship-centered ways. And so that's the lens that we bring to this work. As Dr. Munoz said, this information that we're about to go over here is only from the listening session. This does not include any information from the training session, since as he shared, the purpose of those sessions was very different. As we're going through these highlights, I'm wanting to share that some of this information might be hard to hear. So there's an invitation always to move into curiosity around what might be behind some of these experiences. So inviting you to always turn to curiosity. The last thing I'll share before we move into the content on this slide, we use the term BIPOC, meaning Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. And so you will see that acronym throughout this presentation, and that's what that means in case you were wondering. So as we are pulling from the racial affinity groups that we had in the 3 different listening sessions for faculty, staff, and students, these themes were consistent across all of those groups. And so that's really where we wanted to pull the things that we heard most common, the things that were most impactful, and that's where these themes are coming from. First and foremost, many faculty, staff, and students have had incredibly positive experiences with LBCC. So I'm going to go through this list, and then I'm happy to answer any questions or go into any one of these bullet points more in depth. Secondarily, there are incredibly strong relationships that exist between some of our Black faculty, staff, and students, where there's a lot of support between folks who share that identity regardless of their role with LBCC. Next, some white faculty, staff, and students have expressed a commitment to making LBCC a safer place for BIPOC faculty, staff, and students. There was some dialogue about certainly folks who are attending these sessions were opting in. However, there was a lot of excitement from the white affinity groups around creating a safer space for BIPOC folks. Next, LBCC needs more faculty, staff, and student representation from every single BIPOC group. This was a really loud theme that we heard throughout all of our sessions and almost all of the affinity groups. So representation has already been mentioned in this meeting, so just echoing that we heard that as well. The theme that we spent the most time on in most of our groups was this next one, around a deep lack of trust existing between LBCC leadership and BIPOC faculty, staff, and students that's been built over decades of systemic racism on campus. And to be clear, when we say LBCC leadership, this was not identifying any individual person or body. This was more of a general statement about how LBCC has been perceived by faculty, staff, and students who identified in the BIPOC affinity groups. Next, specifically wanting to highlight that anti-Blackness contributes to a stressful campus culture for Black faculty, staff, and students. So wanting to certainly share that white supremacy and systemic racism impacts all folks of color, and that we heard some specific examples around anti-Blackness for Black faculty, staff, and students. Next, one of the barriers that we heard shared was that white faculty, staff, students, and stakeholders often center their own stories and truths, leading to white fragility and guilt, often dominating conversations about race. We heard a theme around the inability to hold multiple things being true. So if folks didn't personally experience racism, there was a disbelief in it happening or the intensity. And then lastly on this slide, you'll see that faculty, staff, and students are generally overwhelmed and very stressed out just working and studying virtually during a pandemic, which I'm sure is no surprise to any of the folks on this call. But because it did come up so often, we wanted to certainly name that was a theme that came out of this conversation as well. And so we'll move to the next slide where we will share some recommendations. And to be clear, the recommendations here were specifically named by people in the listening session. So certainly CCEJ is here for what this looks like in the convening stage and for all of the next stages, but wanting to name that these were things that LBCC folks specifically shared that they would like. Creating more spaces on campus for affinity group connections and support. This could look like meet and greet opportunities or other opportunities for folks of a specific racial identity to connect on campus, regardless of their role, meaning faculty, staff, or student. Ensuring more BIPOC representation in faculty, staff, and student populations without tokenizing individuals, so without highlighting one person as being the representative of a group, but really creating a good faith effort to have a really diverse community culture at LBCC. Demonstrate commitment to translating actions into meaningful results for BIPOC folks on campus with transparency. So to do things that actually have an impact on folks' lived experience on campus, as opposed to things that might look or sound good. Acknowledging where LBCC has failed in the past, including the recent past. So pretty much continuously being able to have critical conversations about the work. Building spaces for white people to check in with other white people and or to provide an educational series for white people to both raise awareness of internalized white supremacy and anti-Blackness and or to teach strategies to call each other in. So there was a desire specifically, and this came from both the white affinity groups as well as the BIPOC affinity groups, for white folks to have more tools and strategies to be able to hold each other accountable in addition to creating a more accountable campus culture as a whole. And lastly, holding faculty and staff accountable for engaging in or perpetuating racism that harms BIPOC folks at LBCC. So I want to acknowledge that was a lot of information. So I'm happy to take any questions. If now is the moment for questions, I'm also happy to turn it back over to Dr. Munoz if there is anything else to finish here.
Are there any questions for Sarah before I continue?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Sarah, I think what you shared was a compilation of the input from folks, and then the next step would be trying to tailor solutions, changes to that effect.
Absolutely. So this was part of the listening stage. And then the next stage in terms of convening, we're currently in talks with folks at LBCC about what that looks like in terms of bringing people together, what structures already exist where people are convening, how do we tap into that, how do we create and amplify spaces that are specific to racial affinity groups as people named. So we're in the process of looking at what the convening stage looks like. This was the information that was gathered from the listening stage.
Great.
And I'll provide sorry, go ahead.
Thanks for the clarification. Go ahead, Dr. Munoz.
I was just saying that I'm going to go also ahead and share some additional next steps that might help explain kind of the direction that we're going to be heading. And to Sarah's point, we are currently working with Sarah as well as with CCEJ and developing kind of a scope of work that would really kind of think more intentionally about what the next steps would look like and having their support and guiding us through stages 3 and 4 of the framework of reconciliation. So in thinking about next steps, we are going to still continue the work that has been occurring in steps 1 and 2, which are referred to as acknowledging and listening. So some of the things that we're doing is, and as was mentioned by Superintendent President Bynum earlier in her update, is that we're launching a new racial equity webpage on lbcc.edu. And this is very important because I think folks really want to know what's going on. And there's, on a big campus, it's hard to get communication and information out. So we thought it was very important to have a centralized location that folks can go to periodically to get the most up-to-date information with links, resources, summaries from some of our conversations. An example could even be this PowerPoint presentations or any other PowerPoint presentations that have been made to the board so that folks can just easily access this information as well as be able to get updates. Also, one of the other things that has been discussed in terms of a need is this idea of an online suggestion form that can be anonymous, that folks can bring forward either an idea or a concern. It's very important that we provide folks access to do that in a way that feels safe. As was mentioned in some of the listening sessions, there's some fear amongst folks about coming forward and speaking their truth. And so we want to make sure that there's different ways in which folks are able to lean into this and share their truth and share their experience and share their ideas in a way that is that kind of honors maybe meeting them where they're at this moment. And so that is important strategy as well. Can we go to the next slide? So now as we move to step 3, which is convening stakeholders to evaluate the feedback from the listening process, as well as shape reform ideas, that's going to be taking place this semester. And so one of our strategies, kind of the step 1 of step 3, would be to reconvene the President's Task Force on Race, Equity, Inclusion, which I'll remind you has approximately 70 members across the campus. They represent different racial and ethnic affinity groups, as well as different employee constituency groups. And so that task force will meet jointly with our President's Leadership Council, which are really our shared governance leaders, right? Because it's important that we think about our governance processes as well as we're having these conversations. So it's kind of a twofold conversation. And so that joint session will be convened later on this spring. And at that first session will be an opportunity where we will share not only some of the themes, and we will have Sarah there sharing some of the themes from the listening sessions, as well as some of the information and results we received from the different campus climate surveys. We participated in USC's Race and Equity Center surveys, known as the NAC survey, which was a racial climate survey. And so we have results from that survey, as well as we participated in a survey for faculty and staff that wasn't necessarily a racial climate survey, but that had items in the survey that really spoke to some of the questions that I think we want to know. And so all of that research and information will be presented to both the President's Task Force on Race and Equity and Inclusion, as well as the President's Leadership Council in a joint session. And from there, we will work with CCAJ to have kind of a conversation about, okay, we have access to all this information. You know, data is only as good as you use it. So how do we take this data and information that we've learned from listening to our colleagues, as well as from the climate surveys, and create something actionable? And so that's what will be happening in step 3. Next slide, please. I'm not sure if Dario. So in step 4, again, thinking about once we've completed the convening stage, we'd be moving to that catalyze action stage, where we would be developing a clear action plan with both short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals, with indicators as well as metrics that can be assessed to make sure that we are achieving the strategies and the momentum that we're hoping to achieve. And so we expect to continue this work through fall of 2021 and through spring of 2022, and to also make sure that we have a very intentional feedback loop, and so that we're reporting back to both the participatory governance groups, incorporating their feedback, as well as present recommendations to the Board of Trustees and obtaining feedback from the trustees as well, so that we're really thinking about this as a full ecosystem in terms of the framework for reconciliation, and not just kind of a program or an initiative, but really making sure that we're connecting the entire ecosystem to this work. And so that's what we can expect for next coming year as we move into the catalyze action stage. And if there's another slide, I think that's it, and it's questions.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Thank you, Sarah. Open up the floor to the trustees. Any questions, feedback? Trustee Baxter has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, President Ntuk. I just want to salute the college for going forward with this. I think it's very timely, and being a board member of CCEJ, I look at this from both sides, and I see this as a very win-win situation for us. And I just want to congratulate the college leadership, and obviously self-serving, the Board of Trustees leadership in moving forward with this. So congratulations.
Yeah, this is Uduak here. I just want to say thank you for this effort. I know this is something we started mid-pandemic and pre-pandemic, and continue to do, and I'm very interested in the next steps. And also I want to say that our listening to what we heard back was not unexpected or abnormal. I have heard directly from various staff and faculty and even students about anti-Black culture and experiences. I personally have experienced it. I've witnessed it to other folks. And I think it's something that we need to focus on addressing and improving, and interested to see how we move forward on that front. But also interested in the broader BIPOC strategy that we get to, that we can do some things specifically that are transformative and not window dressing, or we just did that to say we did something, but it wasn't that meaningful. So, and this effort, started with the City of Long Beach and the Framework for Reconciliation from South Africa, of how to, and their Truth and Reconciliation Commission, of how do we move past the injustice and the pain of the past to actually change it and make sure it doesn't persist in the future. And it's really about, change and solutions versus, brinksmanship of who's had it worse or not from one group to the other. So appreciate the effort that CCEJ has put together. And Sarah, I'm an alumni of the Building Bridges camp as high school and college. So, but even though I'm not on the board like Jenny, Superintendent President Bynum has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you, President Ntuk. I just want to follow up. We've talked oftentimes with our college leadership and with the different factions at the college that this is not just a 1 or a 2 year thing. This is really intended to transform culturally the way we are as an institution with our students. And so I know we're going to have a new superintendent president come on board, and I'm sure that person will be very supportive and exercise great leadership to do this. But, you know, I see this as a multi-year kind of effort that just gets embedded and ingrained into the institution after a while. And I just wanted to put that out there because I think we've all recognized that internally at the college.
Thank you. Trustee Malulu has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you to CCEJ for the great work that you've done, not only with the district, but also in the community, like you said, for many decades. I'm very happy to have an affiliation with CCEJ, and it's because of the great work that you're doing in the community. Dr. Munoz, you said something, and I'm probably going to misquote you, but I really liked it. Something about giving leadership the leadership that it needs, or something like that. There was a sentence that you said, very impactful for me. Something about making sure leadership knows how to do leadership. Do you remember what you said? Am I phrasing it?
Yes, I think it was just in reference to the distinction between what we did with faculty, staff, and students through the listening sessions and the actual trainings for our campus leadership, and not that obviously our governance leaders are considered campus leadership too, but specifically administrators, the board, the executive team, to have tools, right, to be able to exercise leadership on racial equity.
I'm going to have to go through the tape after the meeting, because I should have written down what you said, but it spoke to me, because this board is responsible for setting the tone. And when you said, you know, giving leadership the tools that it needs for leadership, or whatever it was that you said, it made me pause, and it made me say, huh. And Sarah, as far as your findings, like Trustee President Untuck said, I'm not surprised right now to hear you say that, but had you said that 3 or 4 years ago, I would have been surprised, because there wasn't a spotlight on it, and people didn't have the platform to speak freely, and students and employees were intimidated to share their truths. But in the past couple of years, I have personally heard stories, and I've read testimonies from people on campus who have shared experiences about even things that were said to them by those of us in leadership, whether it was intentional or not. Maybe it was just an oversight. Maybe it was just a slip of the tongue. They didn't know they were being offensive. You know, a flippant remark like, oh, if I'd have known you were going to be here, I would have brought fried chicken. Things like that are hurtful, and they damage the institution. And we do need to shed light on that. So again, you highlighting those remarks today are not surprising, because now people are suddenly, you know, a little bit more sensitive to the damage that can cause. It's a great presentation. Thank you. I look forward to more of your findings.
Thank you all so much for being so receptive to this information. We've had a really positive experience of coordinating this whole process with LBCC so far, and that speaks volumes about the work that you all are doing to put those values into action. So thank you so much for that from our side of things.
And if I could just say one final thing, I want to definitely acknowledge that, you know, this work happens in a team approach and through a team effort. And so I also want to acknowledge Aaron Murphy was very instrumental in assisting with a lot of the coordination, some of the back end pieces, and getting things ready. So I always like to make sure that we acknowledge the team approach to everything that we do, and obviously the leadership from Superintendent President Bynum as well. So just wanted to kind of put that out there in closing.
Thank you so much for the presentation this evening. If no further questions, we'll move on to our next presentation, which is agenda item 4.2, supports of system impacted students. And I believe this was Dr. Munoz again, and Dean De La Torres.
Yes, thank you. Board President Intuck. So I have the great privilege of doing back-to-back presentations tonight. The board has expressed interest, and rightfully so, right, around understanding how are we at Long Beach City College really coordinating at a high level in a way that is really designed to meet our needs for some of our most vulnerable student populations. And so we're going to be presenting a presentation on supports for our system impacted students. So we're going to use the term systems impacted for multiple student groups. And so let me start a little bit about the presentation overview and talk a little bit how we're going to approach this. So I'm going to walk you through kind of the framework of what we mean when we think of systems impacted students and programs here at Long Beach City College. And then we're going to drill down at the program level and provide you some highlights, some key information that the board would probably be interested in regarding the numbers of students we're serving in each of these populations, as well as some of our key activities and strategies, and then as well as highlighting some of our fall so that we're timely, right, in thinking about what is it like for students to experience already being systems impacted, and then you add the layer of the pandemic on, right? And so we will also provide that opportunity to share with the board some of the impacts that we've made this past fall, as well as things and strategies we're looking towards for spring, for this spring that we're currently in. So some of the programs that are featured in tonight's presentations, we're going to go into some detail regarding homeless and housing insecure student supports. And so that's a big bucket there with multiple programs, initiatives, and strategies supporting, but we're going to think about the theme of homeless and housing insecure students as one. We're also going to talk about mental health services for students. I know that in listening to the trustees, I always take notes, and I know that concern for expanded services for mental health has come up several times. And so thinking about how are we leveraging our mental health services to support some of our system impacted students. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about our Justice Scholars Program, which is a program that really focuses on supporting our formerly incarcerated students or systems impacted students. We're going to talk about an emerging partnership with the LA County Probation Department and some of the efforts and works that the team has been engaging in and supporting creating a pipeline for some of our students from Long Beach or the greater Long Beach area that have contact with the probation department. We're also going to talk about the California Jobs Challenge and an innovative program that we have in a partnership with them as well that supports a similar population. We're going to also take some time to talk a little bit about our foster youth services and specifically drill down on our Next Up and Guardian Scholars program, as well as our CalWorks program. And then in closing, I'm going to talk about an emerging program that we're piloting this year known as the Male Success Initiative Scholars. And so with that said, if we can go to the next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about the homeless and housing insecure student supports. And so I think it's really important to acknowledge, like many of the efforts that you're going to see tonight, that they didn't just fall out of the sky. There was a lot of hard work and blood, sweat, and tears put into a lot of these strategies before we kind of formalized or institutionalized is probably a better word, some of these efforts. And so when we think about homeless and housing insecure students, we know that the foundation and members of this board have really led the way on this effort before we actually formalized the Office of Basic Needs. But in response to many of those efforts and the leadership of our board, as well as of our foundation, we saw the need as a college to really begin to think about what does it mean to formalize an Office of Basic Needs. That would be kind of that would serve as a one-stop. So instead of students having, as you saw on this catalog of different programs, we talked about having to jump around from office to office, to have a central point of contact on campus that could really begin to broker services, resources, relationships, develop agency for our students. And so ultimately the idea or concept came in the Office of Basic Needs. And so looking at the students that we've served, we received over 1,500 requests through the fall 2020 emergency student aid application. So there was about over 1,500 students that applied and said, hey, I'm housing or insecure or homeless. Over 1,300 of them identified that they needed support paying utilities, rent, bills, etc. And 260 identified them as homeless, meeting kind of that definition of homelessness that we use, which could be sleeping in a vehicle, shelter, in a public place, couch surfing. So through that, we were able to provide housing support. So we had 258 students make contact with our office, and we were able to place 17 students through our Jovenes cohort program, which provides some housing supports for our students, as well as an additional 8 students through our Economic Roundtable Partnership cohort. And so we are continuing to grow those numbers. There is a process and an intake process that we have to go through, but we are proud that we are making progress in this front. We've also been able to provide students with additional supports through the Emergency Student Aid Grant. So students who maybe weren't necessarily good candidates for Jóvenes or our ERT program, because that is a very comprehensive program with significant wraparound services and commitments that the student must make. But we were able to provide some short-term relief and provide supports in that way. The majority of our students refer to community resources were due to changing living situations. And so those were things that we had to take into consideration. So again, some of that just-in-time stopgap housing resources were identified and needed. Another thing that was interesting that we saw is that because of the pandemic and life happening, in order to be eligible for some of these services, you have to maintain your enrollment here at the college. And so several of the students that we were case managing and cohorting, unfortunately, were not able to stay enrolled for a variety of reasons. So as much as we try to be intentional and provide those wraparound services, it is obviously very challenging for us when we lose students and they say, schools this is not the right time for me to continue with my education. But we make sure we always connect them with how to re-engage with the college, as well as ways in which we can provide follow-up support for them when they are ready to return. Can we go to the next slide, please? So again, just some quick fall 2020 accomplishments. We were one of 14 California community colleges to receive the AB 74 Homelessness and Housing Insecurity Pilot Program funding, which provided that initial funding to partner with Jóvenes. We also received, thanks to our relationship with our Long Beach City College Foundation, we were a recipient of $275,000 from the California Community Foundation. This allowed us to purchase refrigeration, provide gift cards to grocery stores, as well as I know some of the trustees have mentioned in the past, like, how do students know about this? How do students know where this office is you talk about, right? And so we mailed every student on campus, all 20,000 plus students, a postcard that went home that talked about our services and ways in which they can access the Office of Basic Needs, as well as the Viking Vault and the Emergency Student Aid application. Looking forward to spring 2021, we hired 2 new part-time outreach and recruitment specialists to begin to provide additional supports through the Office of Basic Needs. One of the tenants is, and we consider one of our tenants and biggest strengths is the case management approach. That our students need us, and it's not just a case management between 8 and 12 on Fridays and 8 and 5 on Monday through Friday. These students need to pick up the phone and call someone at 9 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock in the morning. And so we really are thoughtful about hiring and attracting staff and faculty that are really mission driven in this work. And so they understand the dynamics and are really there for our students. We also will be expanding our internship program with Cal State Long Beach and their social work department to provide some of those just-in-time interventions and support and mental health support as well for our homeless and housing insecure students. Next slide, please. So this is a wonderful table, I think, that will kind of highlight some of the different efforts. So like I said, we're going to think about this housing and insecure and homeless students as kind of a bucket, but with multiple strategies within that bucket, right? And so the first is the basic needs program. And so to the right of in the right column, you'll see some of the services we provide around housing, food, and transportation. There's the partnership with Jóvenes that assists our students who experience homelessness. And you can see some of the services that are provided, from the direct housing placement to housing navigation. I don't know why it just went blurry. I don't know if that's gone blurry on your end or it's blurry just on my end. But you can see some of the services. You'll also see the partnership with the Economic Roundtable. So this was another initiative and resource that approached the college to really think about ways that we could expand our services to support homeless students beyond, right, just what we're doing with Jóvenes. And so this was another great resource. And then lastly, but not least, the foundational work that I think made a lot of this possible, the Helping Homeless Students Associate Group with a foundation in providing direct emergency aid for housing, utilities, and moving costs, gas cards. There's a lot. The Helping Homeless Students Associate Group has Tamara that also advocates and works directly with students. So again, thinking about holistically this multi-pronged approach, and then really with this multi-pronged approach, we're able to have larger reach, right? Because we have multiple ways in which we're serving students. So it's kind of doing an intake and saying, you know what, you're a really good fit for these set of resources. Or you know what, you have this set of circumstances. Let's really look at this set of resources and this set of resources. So hopefully that provides a little insight into this population. Next slide, please. So I'm going to transition to mental health supports because we recognize that there's a lot of trauma for many of our students who we would consider systems impacted. And so we at Long Beach City College have really over the last few years, I know since I arrived, I've really been having these conversations with my team about looking at what we call trauma-informed practices and being very conscious about using trauma-informed practices when working with our student populations, specifically our systems impacted. And so students that were served both through our medical appointments, we saw about 620 students served last semester, about 459 with mental health appointments for a total of over 1,000 visits to our health center. Next slide, please. So just some of our key accomplishments, you can see really the mental health clinicians have worked tirelessly to really think race consciously, as well as thinking about our systems impacted students to develop tailored services. So it's not just, here's an open call for mental health appointments, but really thinking about mental health of dreamers, thinking about mental health of our former foster youth or guardian scholars, thinking about our mental health of our Black students as they've experienced some of the what we know has been going on in terms of the racial injustices that have been occurring. And so thinking very intentionally of what it means to situate those mental health services through a systems impacted trauma-informed lens. And so you can see that we've engaged in outreach efforts as well as, like I said, partner with different entities on campus to really begin to have some of these focused services. And if we can go to the next slide, you'll see some of the sessions that we conducted that were held across campus and that were thoughtful and reflecting some of the strategies that would be really useful for our systems impacted students, and then doing that targeted outreach to really connect students to these supports. If we can go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to take a minute to talk a little bit about our Juster Scholars Program, and this is where I'm going to turn it over to our Dean of Student Equity, our Interim Dean of Student Equity, Sonia de la Torre. So I think it's important to start because, histories and the origin stories of a lot of these efforts, just like we talked about some of the efforts with our homeless students in the basic Office of Basic Needs, really kind of being driven at the foundation level with the Helping Homeless Associate Group. Our Justice Scholars Program started off as a student club, and Dr. Anahita Madavi was instrumental in really organizing the students and providing a safe space for our formerly incarcerated students here at Long Beach City College. And through those efforts, really of the faculty member and the student club, right, we recognized that there is a need to begin to really institutionalize a district level program, right, that extends beyond just a student club. And so thus we created the Juster Scholars Program. And we did it at the same time that many of the colleges around the state were developing and formalizing their programs. And so in fall 2020, we had 55 students participate in the Justice Scholars, with 37 of them choosing to return to us in spring 2021. And that is a very important key indicator that we're looking at because we really provide a very labor intensive, very intrusive set of wraparound holistic supports for our formerly incarcerated students. And so we work very hard and pay attention to that persistence number. The majority are Latinx and Black and African-American males between 20 and 30 years of age. And with that said, I'm going to turn it over and introduce our Interim Dean of Student Equity, Sonia, and she's going to walk you through the rest of the programs and then turn it back to me at the end for a conclusion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Munoz. I would like to expand on some of the efforts of the Justice Scholars Program. In the fall semester, they were able to expand their partnerships with local and state organizations to provide wraparound supports for our criminal justice systems impacted students. In addition, the program received the California Community College Chancellor's Office Rising Scholars Network grant that allowed us to provide school supplies to our Justice Scholars students. We also received the Western Governors University grant that allowed us to provide gift cards to our students so that they could purchase food. And while not listed on the slide, I also want to acknowledge that we were able to receive for the third year in a row a Pritzker grant in the amount of $40,000 that allows us to continue to provide services to students. In the spring semester, we are looking to continue to expand our partnerships for with Long Beach Gems Uncovered, Esther's House, and Respite OC United. And I apologize for the misstatement. The Pritzker's grant is connected to our Guardian Scholars program, and I'll revisit that in just a moment.
You know what, Sonia, you're going to need to let Dario know when you need to switch the slide, because I think some of the things we were talking about are on the next slide. Sorry.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you so much, Dr. Munoz. Dario, if you can go to the next slide, please. One of the partnerships that we were able to expand in the fall semester is our partnership with the LA County Probation Department that is designed to introduce young individuals in the juvenile justice system to higher education. We have 3 specific goals for this program, which is to promote a college-going culture among our students, to increase access to higher education for students in the juvenile justice system, and to facilitate the successful onboarding of our students so that they can enroll at the college. In the fall, we were able to provide our first series of workshops, which was the introduction to higher education. We had a total of 47 students participate in these workshops. For the spring semester, we are going to be working closely with LA County Probation Department to refine the provision of services. It's really important to us that these are responsive services that are meeting students where they're at, in particular around the experiences connected to onboarding, registration, and counseling, and career planning. Dario, if we can go to the next slide, please. Another program that we have for our systems impacted students is California Jobs Challenge. This program provides students the opportunity to acquire job-ready skills in a variety of CTE programs. We have 4 pathways that we offer at Long Beach City College: automotive, cybersecurity, construction, and welding. Many of these students are able to continue their educational careers and earn associate's degrees, and they're able to also secure employment. In addition, the program provides students with many supports, such as embedded tutors and study groups, as well as hands-on labs on Fridays. The program was also able to secure grants so that we could cover the costs of the clothing for welding courses, cover the cost for tools in auto and construction, and also the cost for cyber certification exams. Every semester, we have about 45 to 60 students that participate in this program, with the majority of the students being Latinx or African-American males. In the fall semester, many of our scholars were able to earn LBCC certificates, industry certificates, or industry licenses. And in the spring semester, we're really excited because we are going to explore the expansion of the tracks to include a culinary and baking pathway. If we can go to the next slide, please. For our foster youth students, we have 2 parallel programs at Long Beach City College. One of them is Next Up and the other is Guardian Scholars. Our Next Up program is connected to EOPS, and it is for students that are current or former foster youth that are affiliated with the EOPS program. These students receive above and beyond supports to those that are already provided to them as part of EOPS, and so that's critically important. For our Guardian Scholars, this is a parallel program, but these students are not eligible for EOPS. And so one of the things that's really foundational to these programs is being able to provide parity in the services that are available to our students, regardless of the program that they are connected to. And so along that vein of thought, students have access to educational, career, and personal goal assistance, dedicated counselors to support them that really foster inclusive and equitable programming in terms of how they're providing the services. Some other benefits that our students receive in the program include access to grants, the provision of school supplies, housing referrals, support with food, textbooks, and transportation assistance. Currently, the Next Up program has 62 participating students, which is phenomenal because they have had an increase up from 27 students. In addition, our Guardian Scholars program currently has 75 students, and that is up from 28 in the previous year. If we can do the next slide. In the fall, both programs experienced growth in the number of students that are participating. In addition, they were also able to expand their partnerships. For example, in partnership with iFoster, they were able to provide 35 students with Chromebooks and hotspots. In partnership with Food Nation, they were able to provide 50 students with 30 plus days of hot meals and grocery cards. And then in partnership with Echoes of Hope, provide students with $300 book grants so that they could purchase their books. And here is where it is appropriate for me to acknowledge that we received for the third year in a row, the Pritzker Grant that has allowed us to sustain the Guardian Scholars Program. In the spring semester and beyond, we are looking to continue to provide timely supports in the forms of workshops connected to topics such as mental health, financial aid, and expanding our university collaborations to facilitate the transfer process for our foster youth students. We're also going to be expanding our community partnerships and our referral process so that our foster youth students can access free mental health supports in the community. Next slide, please. Another program that we have available for our systems impacted students is CalWorks, which is an educational support program for parents who are on temporary government assistance. This program is designed to help students transition off of temporary government assistance and access employment. Students that are in the program receive a variety of benefits, including the provision of cash aid, assistance with employment services, academic and career counseling, textbooks and registration fee assistance, work-study opportunities that provides them on-the-job skill training, as well as access to free legal services and childcare support. In the fall semester, we had 211 students in the program. The majority of our students identify as female, and the majority of our students are also Latinx and Black African American between the ages of 21 to 40 years old. Next slide, please. For this program in the fall semester, 13 students transferred to a four-year university and 7 students secured full-time employment, which is phenomenal. In the spring semester, the program is going to continue to focus on providing those timely supports to students, assisting with enrollment support, counseling, and triaging basic needs necessities. They will also begin to offer job readiness workshops to help our students prepare for what we hope will be an on-campus job placement this fall. And then they're expanding their partnership with Cal State Long Beach to facilitate transfer for our students. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Sonia. I appreciate you walking us through, and not all of these programs that Sonia reviewed are under her portfolio, but definitely through the Office of Student Equity, as well as the Office of Basic Needs and some of the different initiatives we have, they're really intersecting. We're breaking down silos. I think that's something very important. And I think hopefully you can see that and hear that it's emanated in this presentation, is that oftentimes this work is very siloed. And when it's siloed, you're not able to leverage resources. You're not able to leverage talent. You're not able to leverage energy. And so I think you hopefully can see that through the model that we've been implementing, we've been able to really increase our reach. And you see in each of in every one of these programs, we're serving more students, we're impacting more students. In closing, the final program that I like to review for the board is our Emerging Male Success Initiative Scholars Program. And as you know, and I'm sure you're familiar with our data, the most disproportionately impacted students on our campus are young men of color, specifically Black males, Latinx males, Southeast Asian males, and Pacific Islander males. And so really thinking with intentionality of what does it mean to implement a male success initiative. Our partners as part of Long Beach College Promise, both LBUSD and Cal State Long Beach, have had male success initiatives for quite some time. And it's something that was missing here at Long Beach City College. And so I thought it was very important that we think intentionally about filling that gap and focusing on our young men of color. And so we are piloting this year our first cohort. And again, some of the benefits are to provide both academic and social support, a place where brotherhood as well as peer and professional networks can be cultivated, very specific tailored workshops to young men of color's experiences, as well as mentoring, field trips, as well as career services and career development are key components of this initiative. In our pilot program, we have 29 students that have identified that are participating in this pilot program. 4 Asian American or Pacific Islanders, 8 Black African American students, 13 Latinx, 3 multi-ethnic, and 1 other were identified. So again, we are using a race conscious lens in thinking about making sure that we're creating a space that really speaks to the different racialized groups here at Long Beach City College and creating this male success initiative. And very similar to the strategies that you heard with how we approach the listening session and the male success initiative, there's that brotherhood time, we call it unity time, where all folks are together. And then we provide the opportunity within the male success initiative to break out by affinity group, to have some of these more race conscious discussions as young men of color navigating their educational experience. Can we go to the next slide, please? And so I've got one more slide here and we'll wrap this up. I know this was a long presentation, but there was a lot of programs that were covered. So I apologize for the long-windedness, but I think it's important information and we want to make sure that the board has access to this. Dario, can you move to the next slide, please? So in closing, I just want to share with the board, for those of us that do systems impacted work, this is a very mission-driven type of work. There's a lot of care, compassion, love, and healing that happens in this work. And it happens through a team of exemplary employees here at Long Beach City College. And so although you get to hear from me and Sonia and we get to represent this work, it's a collective work. And so I wanted to end kind of with the faces here of who I really think are just some of my greatest heroes at Long Beach City College that really embody what it means to be a Viking. And so we just wanted to kind of leave and end on this slide, honoring them and the work that they do for our students.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. I see we have 3 hands up. My internet was going in and out. I think it was Vice President Chico, Trustee Zia, and Trustee Baxter. If we can go in that order, if anybody has the pressing to go sooner.
I think it was Trustee Zia and then me and then Trustee Baxter.
All right, so we'll go Zia, Baxter, Chico. Is that I'm here? No.
Zia, Chico, Baxter.
Okay, got it.
Going backwards in the alphabet.
You guys are in line on my screen, so as long as I follow the order. Trustee Zia.
Thank you, Mike and team. That was a fantastic presentation. I've been waiting for this presentation for months, so I'm glad to see it come to fruition. If you could bring up the slides, but before you do, I just really want to recognize the work of my colleague, Trustee Baxter. We are the 2 members that you were referencing when you said members of this board have been leading on the students facing housing insecurity and food insecurity. So I want to recognize her and punctuate that because she's been a fantastic partner for the past 6 years on the matter. And I have some questions on the stats, but I also want to thank some other folks. I know I pushed you guys. I'm glad that you were so accommodating through my capacity in the LA County Probation Commission to bring them as a partner and bring that to fruition so they can have a pathway to our college and we can increase our enrollment. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the work that our colleagues, our staff has been doing. I think I would be remiss to not mention some names because maybe I missed it and maybe you already recognized those folks. But Kathy Scott had a great deal of effort put into it. I really thank her. Also Melissa Infusino. And I know Gene Duran was here somewhere. I think he had a lot to do with making sure that the vocational programs are also part of the partnership. And then as far as Hovenius goes, that was also another thing that I'm really proud of with my work with Supervisor Hahn's office, and a special thanks to Louisa Oleg, Assistant Chief of Staff to the supervisor, for bringing Hovenius to the table as our first partner. And I really appreciate that. So I want to recognize them. I also want to let you know that the probation department did give a presentation on our partnership at my January 28th probation commission. And they were just so thankful. And gentleman, Dr. Corral, who gave the presentation, also recognized the work of Linda Olmos and Karina Rubio. So I really want to thank them. And if you could please also introduce the people in the picture at the end, that would be fantastic. I'd really appreciate that. And so we can highlight their efforts of the beautiful faces that you showed. But if I could perhaps bring your attention to some of the statistics, I believe it was on the first few pages on the homeless front.
I just want to say, Trustee Zia, thank you so much for acknowledging folks. You know, it's really hard when you do these presentations to drill down every person. And I just really appreciate you doing that. And because I know it means a lot to the staff when we acknowledge their efforts. So thank you for that.
Sure. No, I appreciate it was inadvertently left out, and you're trying to meet our timelines because we go so long. So that's okay. I want them to feel loved, and I'm sure you do too. So on this front, if I'm sorry, I think it was the statistics on the self-reporting. I believe that was the previous slide. Yeah, there we go. So the housing front, this 1,596 total housing request. Did we? Is this out of which we?
Sure. So would you like me to kind of explain how we came to that number? So,
well, yeah, that, and also how many people of those requests were helped?
So I'll start with the first part. So when we at the start of the pandemic, we implemented and streamlined an emergency student aid application. That became kind of the singular point in which students could access to begin to identify some of their unmet basic needs. So in that application, it covers and addresses housing, it addresses transportation, technology requests, transportation, as well as mental health needs. And so of the 5,000 plus applications that we received in fall of 2020, and I'm going to pause just for 1 second. Sonia, please correct me if I'm not factually accurate, because sometimes these numbers evolve over time as you clean up the data. So this is what I know. So if I'm not accurate, interject and just correct me, okay? My understanding is that of the 5,000 plus applications that we received, the subset of that 5,000 plus students, about 1,596 identified housing as a potential unmet need. And from that 1,596 numbers, our staff case manage that. They kind of go through, there's an intake process, and they look and identify, okay, what services do students need? Some students who identified having housing needs, it wasn't necessarily that they were homeless. It might be that they just needed help paying rent that month because they were a food server and there was a gap from when they were able to get their unemployment to when they actually got their unemployment check and when their rent was due. So it might have been like, let's just help them with a $500 emergency student aid grant. And that would meet that unmet need. As you drill down, you can see through the numbers, the requests, it kind of drills down. And so of that 1,596 students that communicated that there was some housing issue, it could have been also with a utility bill, et cetera, 216 identified as being homeless. So I'm not housing insecure, or I'm not struggling to pay my rent this month. I'm consider myself, or I meet the definition of homelessness. And so those 260 students are case managed at a higher level, because the triage isn't just here's a $500 check, or here's some additional supports for you. They need more wraparound services. And so those are the numbers we're case managing. And within that, what I can say is not every student who's identified as homeless do we have the capacity to place. There was a variety of ways we supported them, but the ones that were a good fit and matched through the intake process that met some of the different requirements for Hovhaness and ERT, we placed those students. And so you could see of the 258, we placed 17 into ongoing sustainable housing and another 8 in ongoing sustainable housing with ERT. And the other numbers were managed in different ways. We built a relationship with some of the local hotels to be able to place some of our students on a short-term basis during the pandemic. And I'm not talking like motels, I'm talking about some of the really nicer ones that have Wi-Fi and the kitchenettes. I mean, I literally myself cold called Homewood Suites and some of the different hotels in the area to negotiate a better daily rate for our students. And so those are some of the ways in which we supported students. So so I don't know if that helped kind of crystallize. I don't have the exact number of every single student that's been caseload and managed, but that's essentially a breakdown of kind of how we filtered down. So we started with that 1596 number of I'm identifying myself and needing some type of housing support. And then through case management, we drill down and then match the student with the most appropriate service. And I don't know, Sonia, if you want to expand on that for Trustee Zia.
I think that you hit it right on the head, Dr. Munoz. That's exactly right. So that larger number reflects the number of requests, and part of what's happening through that case management is actually drilling down to determine who is actually meeting that definition, if you will, of homelessness. And then those are the students that are then supported with the housing options. And so that 258 would be the number of students that were actually placed in a variety of housing supports.
So this number that you have, how did you come up with it? How did you reach out to these students, and what are those numbers based on? And can I get these numbers disaggregated as far as the totality of what you're reporting, and what happened to the divvying up of the students, the numbers that you have, those you didn't house, and those you did?
Definitely, that's really obviously we would from a FERPA and HIPAA standpoint, we would have to remove any student identifiers, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's privileged information. But definitely, we could develop a report that disaggregates some of the outcomes. So it's not just an outcomes kind of presentation, but you can actually look at impact at the different maybe racial, ethnic, gender groups. And so again, how we came to these numbers is based on what students reported through the emergency student aid application. So think of the emergency student aid application as somewhat of a pre-intake, right? And so students provide us with information that helps us identify what their potential needs are. And from there, that then, depending upon the different decision forks in which they answer certain questions, that triggers an appropriate response. And so if you answer certain questions that that are aligning with your need of housing support, or you're housing insecure, or potentially housing insecure, because you have to think, and again, I'm probably speaking to the choir. I know most of you have a lot of experience in this work. A lot of this work happens on a continuum. So, you could be, like I said, in the instance of, you could be temporarily housing insecure, and it could be just because your hours got cut as a result of the pandemic, but you're not chronically homeless, right? Or you're not chronically housing insecure. And so part of this process is to be able to collect information from students, to be able to identify what their needs are. And then once you answer certain questions, that helps us understand that, yes, you're housing insecure, then that's the deeper dive that the staff does to determine, do you meet this definition of chronically homeless? So when you think about candidates for Jóvenes or candidates for ERT, you're really thinking about your chronically homeless students, right? You're not the student who might be, like I said, dealing with paying your rent that 1 month. And so that's where the case management comes in, and those follow-up phone calls and the intake process to really assess, what set of services are best matched for you depending upon your situation.
Sure. Yeah, I guess maybe I should have been more clear. Is this through our institutional effectiveness, folks? Because I know these are numbers that are they are voluntarily provided, right? The students who identify, but it may not necessarily be inclusive of others who don't feel comfortable. Is that right?
You're absolutely correct. So this is based on the emergency student aid application that lives in the student portal. So a student within their Viking portal can go in, and within it lives the emergency student aid application. They click on that, and then they identify.
Right. I got that. Can we get the official stats from the institutional effectiveness reports? Because we've gotten that in the past, I believe, and it was 1 out of 6 students that identified as homeless. But
let me clarify for that.
Can I interrupt and answer that, Sunny? That institutional effectiveness report was requested by our group, so Dr. Munoz wouldn't have any information on that.
Okay. But
I would add to Trustee Zia's point though. The information that institutional effectiveness has is survey data. It's not a census. So it's only students, and they've only had maybe 1,100 of our 24,000 plus students complete the survey. So you're not going to have a real,
yeah, because it's self-reporting,
right? It's a projection based on a survey of a sample population at the campus.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're probably referring to, and I think we're working towards that, is a pre-registration survey that will allow us to do a census almost to capture the entire student population to understand who's really struggling with these issues. And I think, we are working for fall registration, and there have been conversations, and so there's momentum around that. But at the moment, and I don't want to misspeak for Dr. Van Valkenburg, but my understanding is all the homelessness statistics we have are based on survey data. That is a sampling of our students. So to be truthful, this metric here is probably a little bit more of a hard-coded number because these are real students who have identified themselves based out of the total campus population, whereas a survey is a sampling.
Okay, I think Sonia wanted to add something. I don't want to step over that. And I had a follow-up question for you, Mike, on the chronic homelessness. But Sonia, go ahead.
It was actually, Dr. Munoz actually touched on it right on the end there. So this information here is direct information that's provided by the Basic Needs Office. So these are actual students that are being case managed through their office, and the information is not from institutional effectiveness.
Okay, so so would it be safe to assume the 216 are, how many of those are chronically homeless that you've identified?
I don't have that level of information in front of me. I would have to, so what I'm doing is—
Yeah, that's what I mean by disaggregating the data, not necessarily by race, but just those particulars.
I'm taking copious notes of things that you are bringing up so that when we begin to disaggregate, we make sure that we hit the mark and have some of those questions answered. So when I go back to the staff, I'm going to bring that up. So if I'm hearing correctly, of the 216 students that have self-identified, you kind of want to break out of where did they fall, were they served, how were they served, did they, what did they meet, so that we have and then I think too, I'm sure you're interested in looking at race and ethnicity and gender as well. So we'll kind of put all of that in there and have a better understanding of who are these 216 students and what are we doing for them.
Okay, that would be fantastic. And I would be remiss not to recognize Ivan Solik with Supervisor Han's office, who has been incredibly instrumental in bringing Hovhaness to the table in our partnership with the county. So if you could also be so great to go on the slide on the Justice Scholars program that we have. First of all, I am so proud of our institution, and thank you for recognizing Dr. Anahita Mahdavi's work. I know she's been the one who pioneered the effort, and that says a lot for our institution to get to have such great faculty. I'm looking at this. Are we keeping data on the ecosystem of like the student population that we serve in the program? And I'm particularly excited about the probation department because there's so much hope from the institution. They were so delighted that we have such great programming around the Justice Scholars program. And I'm just excited about that, but I just want to know, like, as far as job placement, career technical education, do we have data that we can monitor this in this ecosystem that we're in, or is it too soon right now to report on that?
So I'll also defer to Sonia. I don't want to dominate this. So Sonia, I'm going to let you take a first response, and then I'll kind of piggyback off of what Sonia.
So thank you so much. I'm sorry, Board President, did you need to say something? So thank you so much for that question, Trustee Zia. I did want to acknowledge as well that since the posting of this presentation, we actually have had an increase in the number of students that are continuing into the spring semester. So we've gone from 37 at the time of creating this presentation to 51. So we have been able to retain the majority of our students from fall to spring, which I'm very proud for the team being able to do that. We do have self-reported information that we keep on our Justice Scholars. And we do have folded in, as I acknowledged earlier, counseling supports in our Justice Scholars Program. So one of the things that we do early on is that career inventory and interpretation of kind of career interests and alignment with the major. And then we, our cohort relatively new, right? So this program just started last year formally for us under kind of a Justice Scholars grant. But one of the metrics we are going to be looking to track is, what does placement look like for our students? And so making sure that we're introducing them to industry professionals and really considering, options in terms of careers that are going to be a good fit for our students. So there's more to come on that. We have been in talks with our dedicated counselor and our JSP team and the students themselves about that. So it is definitely a milestone we have planned.
Okay, great. Can you go to the next slide, please? One more.
Just can you hear me?
Yeah, if you could be.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excuse me. We're beyond the mark on this line.
I'm sorry, I still have questions.
And the rest.
This is why we're here, is to serve students, and I need to have my questions answered, President Intuk. So as far as the partnership goes in here, so the 47 students who attended.
Under Robert's Rules of Order, when you have a full 10-minute time period at the maximum, and we're beyond that time period, and there's other trustees who have good waiting period. I don't know if people can hear me now.
I can hear you, Trustee Intuk, our board president.
Okay, let's go to Vice President Chico.
Okay, I think I am now able to unmute.
I'm so sorry, Vice President Chico. I think it's incredibly rude to put trustees on mute and for us not to be able to unmute ourselves. I still have pending questions, and I think it's incredibly disrespectful. So President Intuk, if it was per your instruction to have my mic muted, I think it's wrong, and it's awfully pejorative for you to do that. So I think I'd like to get my questions answered.
I do have one question though, process question. Are there, like at the city council meeting, there are time limits, and so it allows people to more people to ask questions? Is that something that we have here? Again, I'm new, sorry, I don't know.
No, and in fact, when I was president, Trustee Intuk at the time would ask at length quite a lot of questions, and I would never stop him. So I just think it's with it good civility for the board to do that and mute trustees' mics. That's just awful. Where is the process, Trustee Intuk, where we have thresholds for asking questions?
Hopefully you can hear me. My internet's going in and out here, but I did not direct anyone to be muted, but
somebody muted me, President Intuk, and I'd like to know who. I don't think staff does it on their own volition.
Excuse me. You're over your time.
There is no time limit for questions. I don't know where you come up with these contemporaneous and capricious rules and unwritten rules that you make up on the spot.
But you're beyond questioning and you're interrupting.
Well, based on what? This is wrong. This is another example of how you abuse your role as chair. And such a great presentation, you're you're preventing me from doing my job. Another example of how you're hindering my ability to conduct my job and represent my district.
I'd like to ask the rest of the board members, would you like to let Trustee Zia go on for another indefinite amount of time? if other board members.
I'm wrapping up my questions. There's no indefinite amount of time, but this is what you do. This is the kind of chairman you are. And you bloviate at no end at being civil, and this is what you treat others. I will wrap up shortly. I think this is a presentation that's been in the making for months, and it's a lot of content, so just gloss over it.
I do.
So the 47 students that are attending this accomplishments that you have listed, are they attending the Justice Scholars Program, or will they be attending the California Youth Coalition that you had? I think it's the next one, or is it in totality? Can you speak to that, Dr. Munoz?
I'm happy to answer that question, Trustee Zia. The 47 students who attended the Introduction to Higher Education workshop was really an overview of higher education and presenting the students with different opportunities. The second tier of our partnership is to begin to work one-on-one with students to understand what their interests are, and then at that time be able to support them in onboarding to whatever the appropriate program would be. That could be a different program at Long Beach City College, or it could be the California Jobs Challenge.
I see. Okay, well, since my questions are being muzzled, I'll just let other trustees ask questions, and perhaps it'll cover mine. Thank you both.
We will now go to Vice President Chico.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do have a couple questions. This is a wonderful report, so much information. And, I think everyone knows that this is kind of where my heart is. And I've been doing this work for a really long time with our foster youth and with and working with Hovhaness. For those of you who don't know Hovhaness is the contracted service provider for the TAY population for SPA 8. So they're assigned to the service provider area here in Long Beach and the entire SPA 8 area. With the registration form, Dr. Munoz, I know that I had a conversation with you and with Dr. Van Valkenburg when we initially met about trying to capture information of student needs when they're registering. Do you have an update on that?
Yes, I do actually. So I believe it was at the last meeting or even a meeting before, you had mentioned the need to kind of capture, and I think this data at time of registration, so that it becomes more of a census and less about trying to put out a survey information and trying to piecemeal and make estimates and projections. And so essentially we are working with both institutional effectiveness as well as IT, as well as admissions and record to develop a pre-registration survey that will be available for fall registration. And so students would be directed to complete the survey prior to enrolling for their classes so that we can capture this information. And I do want to caution folks, you don't want the survey to be too long because that could disincentivize students from completing the registration process. So it has to be very thoughtful, deliberate, and to the point, but we should be able to capture some of these metrics at the time of registration, and we are working towards that, and I can provide an update on that later as we get closer.
Oh, that's so fantastic. I mean, even if it's like the, 4 questions of, do you need additional resource or additional information on food resources, housing resources, health, mental health, and technology, something like that, so that we don't wait until the student is in a desperate or distressed situation that every time they register, because their situations change, that we're addressing those needs. We're going to them. So I'm really excited about that. Sonia, I can't even tell you how excited I am about the Gems Uncovered relationship. That happened before I was on the board a couple years ago, and you went with it, and you really are helping these young women who are formerly sex trafficked young women off the streets and into college. When I, first contacted and met with them, I realized when I asked if they had a relationship with Long Beach City College, it broke my heart because they're literally a block away from the PCC campus. And establishing that relationship was really critical. So I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Sonia, for that update. Also, when we're talking about our justice impacted students, I'm happy that the probation department is involved and can be a partner, but I think we also have to remember how large the probation department is, and it may help if we partner with some of our local nonprofits that are working currently with formerly incarcerated people, like Ronnie's House, because they will help individuals become college ready. There are a lot of barriers when people get out of, incarceration and they're immediately on probation. Sometimes they don't have identification. Sometimes they don't have housing. There are a lot of barriers. It's not like they can just come out of incarceration on probation and right into college. So I would encourage, you all to look at some of our local nonprofits that are working with that population, because I think that would be beneficial in preparing that population for entering school. We can partner with them. Also, I was wondering if we have any sort of partnership with the Rising Scholars Program at Cal State Long Beach. Dr. Banal is doing fantastic work there. We're looking at, the county is actually looking at providing additional funding to them because they're looking at creating a sort of research lab think tank to collect data, exactly what you all were talking about, and resources. So if we can have some sort of mentorship program with our LBCC students and maybe create that connection with our Rising Scholars students that are at Cal State Long Beach, I think that will strengthen, the challenges and the successes around this very particular population, right? So I'm hoping that we can explore those opportunities. Can you tell me, what type of work you all have already done with Cal State Long Beach Rising Scholars, if any?
Yes. So we definitely have a connection with the Rising Scholars. I think there's always an opportunity to strengthen it. And so I do really appreciate you kind of illuminating that pathway, right? Especially too, when you think about the transfer continuum. And when we think about eventually, as we get a little further down with our cohorts, we're going to have more students transferring. And so we can do that nice seamless handoff to Cal State Long Beach. So I think that's an excellent point. We have participated in a statewide network. It's called Corrections to College. Corrections to College. And we are part of a fellowship that's a part of a statewide kind of organization, and that connects us both with other community college justice impacted programs, as well as partnering with CSUs, UCs, so underground scholars at UCLA, Rise Scholars at Cal State Long Beach. And so those relationships are there, but I think we can definitely, at your encouragement, be more intentional and more formal with formalizing some of our partnerships with Cal State Long Beach's Rise Scholars Program. So we took
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. And then the Male Success Initiative, I'm so happy to hear that connection's been made with Long Beach Unified School District. Lionel Gonzalez does fantastic work with a lot of the young men of color. In fact, I think the county just increased their funding so that they can expand their program. I believe to Millikan High School is what they're looking at, but they have a wonderful program. So I'm really happy to hear that there may be a connection with our LBUSD students or men of color into Long Beach City College. That's brilliant. Thank you so much for that. The other thing I wanted to add is, I think that's it. You all are doing so much fantastic work. We'll continue to work with our community partners. Dr. Munoz, I think I just connected you with Baby to Baby,
yes,
which will help, provide diapers and wipes for our student parents. There are a lot of opportunities for us to provide or expand our support services for our students in need. So please count me in on anything that you all are doing, because my resources are your resources. I'd be happy to help. You all are doing fantastic work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice President Chico. We'll go to Trustee Baxter.
Yes, and I promise you I will be brief. I just wanted to bring up two things. One is, and this is regarding Justice Scholars. A million years ago, probably 25 years ago, there was a history professor, Solomon Jones, who taught African American history. And he and I worked together with getting mentors for formerly incarcerated youth before there was ever a program called that. And we work with Melanie Washington, who's been doing her work with formerly incarcerated youth, for probably 25 or 30 years. Anyway, it appears to me that you don't have a mentor program with the Justice Scholars, but you do with the Male Success Initiative. And I would recommend to you to look into that mentor program. And being a graduate of Leadership Long Beach, I think that you could tap the graduates of Leadership Long Beach, and President Untuck, maybe you're a graduate too, I can't remember. But anyway, that there's a lot of people in our community, I know it's over 1,000, maybe it's 2,000, who have graduated from that program and might be willing to serve as mentors to these young individuals. So that's just a suggestion, and that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Baxter.
Thank you for that, Trustee Baxter. We do have built into our program and would like to, we have peer mentoring built in and would love to expand that. So we appreciate the recommendation.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. I am an alumni of Leadership Long Beach. Thank you for the presentation tonight. And I know that we can continue to have conversation offline or outside of the meeting. So do appreciate the presentation. And I do see Trustee Zia has her hand up again for the second time.
Yes, I do. Dr. Munoz, I believe you were going to introduce the people on your last slide on the picture you had.
Sure. If that's definitely, if Dario wants to bring that up, and I'm gonna have Sonia.
Your voice is, it's hard to hear. I think maybe your volume's down.
Are you able to hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, sorry.
There you go. Your mic was down.
Sorry, I'm gonna pull my laptop in a little closer, so hopefully it'll pick up. So as I mentioned in closing, the presentation, our slide, this is reflective of our many of our team members who are supporting our systems impacted students. So in the top right corner, I'm going to take a few and then I'll have Sonia also share and introduce. You'll see Lionel Gonzalez, who we mentioned is part of Long Beach Unified, but he also does double time as an adjunct counselor here at Long Beach City College. So we brought him on board to help us work with some of our student programs. You'll see our Dean of Counseling, Dr. Noel Corral. You'll see Christina in the bottom corner. She works with our Next Up program, which focuses on foster youth. You'll see in the bottom corner, that's our very own Dean of CTE, Jean Carbonara. And, you know, Jean has been very instrumental in supporting Dr. Scott as well as others with the Sunburst Academy program. You have Dr. Moore above Jean, who's one of our counselors in the EOPS program. Is she CalWorks as well too, Sonia, or just EOPNS?
Guardian Scholars, and next up, Dr. Munoz.
Okay, you'll have Sonia de la Torre, who you'll see, who is on the presentation tonight. We have Eric Becerra, who's in the top corner, who's leading a lot of the Male Summit work, or excuse me, Male Success Initiative work. To the right of Eric, you'll see Jake Khalili, and Jake is does a lot of work with our Male Success Initiative, as well as in our Student Equity Office. To the right of Jake, we have Eric McCullough, who last year actually was a student here at Long Beach City College, an Umoja student, and he's transferred to Cal State Long Beach, and guess what? Now he's working for us as an outreach and recruitment specialist, working specifically with some of our program and systems impacted students, and so that's kind of a loving success story. Next to Eric, you have Karina Rubio, who, as we mentioned, Gems Uncovered, and as well as some of the work with the probation department. She's one of our outreach and recruitment specialists that serves our system impacted students, really primarily at PCC campus. Then we have next to Karina, Justin Mendez. Justin is a juggernaut. He's our program manager for basic needs. And this young man is just transformational, and I really appreciate him. I appreciate everyone, but we all know Justin has been doing some really good work. Next to Justin is Di Lohi, who is a coordinator in providing some support within basic needs. And so I'm going to pause there because I want to give Sonia a opportunity to introduce some other folks. So Sonia, take it away.
Right, and there are a couple of folks on here. I don't know all of their names, so I apologize, but I can gather all of them and send them over. So next to Di is Heather, who also works with our basic needs office. Below Di, we have Sergio, who is an adjunct counselor in our CalWorks program. Below that, we have Dr. Law, who is one of our mental health clinicians. And at the very bottom, we have Anthony Pagan, who is our associate dean in CTE. In between the two Vikings, we have two additional mental health clinicians. The woman on the left is Daisy, and I will need to get the name of the person on the right. This is also one of our mental health clinicians. Let me start back up at the top. So below Di, we have Adriana, who is part of our CalWorks program and assists with our work study job placement program. This is one of our mental health clinicians as well, Dr. Anahita Madavi, connected with our Justice Scholars program as a faculty coordinator, as well as our Justice Scholars Club as our faculty advisor.
And Sonia, I think what we can do for the board is we can send out, in addition to the pictures, a list of all of the folks we're recognizing tonight. So that way you can have it, because I know we're short on time. So
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, both of you. Great job. Really informative.
Thank you both. We're going to move on to our next agenda item and our next presentation of three presentations. I'm sorry, third presentation of three presentations. Agenda item 4.3, Strategic Enrollment Management Plan. This is presented by Dr. Kathy Scott, Kenna Hillman, and Intern Dean of Academic Affairs, and Jeff Wheeler, Professor of English, to present the 2020-2023 Strategic Enrollment Plan. I ask if we can hold questions to the end of the presentation.
Thank you, President Intuk, and I do promise that we are going to be brief. And like you said, I do have two, if you could go back to the prior slide, please. Thank you. My two colleagues here, Kenna Hillman and Dr. Jeff Wheeler, and they are co-chairs of our Enrollment Management Committee, which is why that they are here, and the three of us are going to present it to you tonight. Except that we're not going to really present the entire long plan, which is a 13-page extensive plan, and it was provided as an attachment to the board packet. And we won't be going through that tonight because of the length of it, but the slides are intended to give an overview of the plan so that you can get an idea of the work that we've been doing. Our first presenter is Dr. Wheeler, and he'll start us off. Go ahead, Dr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. I just wanted to give a bit of context for this plan. This enrollment management plan is the result of about a year's work by the Enrollment Management Committee. The committee is comprised of faculty, administration, and staff, and our current membership list is on page 11 of the plan that you have in front of you. The committee meets monthly, has gone through multiple drafts of this report. As we're beginning to put the plan together a little over a year ago, we recognized that enrollment is a multi-pronged effort. Yes, we want new students, but increasing student success and retention will have significant impact on enrollment. And achieving our college's equity goals is significant to any enrollment planning. So the plan that you see here seeks to align the very many different goals that we have within the college to provide a flexible framework for enrollment management for the next 3 years. Our goal was to present you with a simple, straightforward plan. At one point, we tried to narrow it down to 4 pages, but enrollment management is really a function that affects every part of this college. And we wanted to present a plan that acknowledged and accommodated as many of those functions as we could. So I'm going to now turn this over to Kenna Hillman, who's going to go through some more of the details of the plan that you have in front of you.
Thank you, Jeff. I actually think we will start with Dr. Scott as she's going to share.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, Jeff. You did a great job. Thank you very much. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, the major components of the plan are these. To maintain our large college status, which we hope and strive for, and that is ensuring that we have at least 20,000 full-time equivalent students over a 3-year average. And over a 3-year average, that's how the Chancellor's Office now calculates it under the new student-centered funding formula. And if we maintain that large college status, it means over $1.3 million additional dollars for the district. And I won't say that the pandemic hasn't made it harder to maintain that number. It absolutely has. The next one, support enrollment, student success, fiscal viability, and to ensure that we're using our facilities to the greatest advantage and have the technology we need to meet the needs of our programs and our students. Ensuring equitable student success is critical, absolutely critical. And it is our commitment to do better, and that is part of the premise behind the cultural curriculum audit and what we're trying to do with that. The next one is operate within an environment of COVID, the pandemic. We are trying our best. We know we need to do more in regards to racial equity inequities, as we heard earlier tonight. And we also heard from our ASB president, economic hardship to a certain extent for the district, and fiscal uncertainties about what will happen in the years coming out of the pandemic. Also, aligning with other college plans and goals is very important to us. We've aligned with the Chancellor's Office Vision for Success, our own college's strategic plan, and guided pathways. Next slide, please. Okay, this chart here shows our FTES enrollment metrics. The first two columns on the left, the 2018-19 and 19-20, those are actuals. And so you can see our credit FTES was 18,873 in 18-19, and in 222 in 19-20. And then you can see going further down the different areas where we track enrollment. Again, we're tracking that 3-year average in order to make sure that we maintain a large college status, if at all possible. We look at our non-credit numbers. We look specifically at non-credit CDCP, which is specifically the classes that align to career development and career preparation, and for which we have non-credit certificates. And we get higher levels of funding for those programs. And the special admits are the high school students. So you can see in 18-19 and 19-20, we're moving along and we're doing better. In 19-20, if you look at the bottom, we got to 19,755. So we got fairly close to the 20,000 FTES. And then the next 3 columns show our targets over the next 3 years. And our goal at the end is to ensure that we reach that 20,000, as I said earlier. Okay, and next slide, please. We're also looking at our efficiency metrics. Our efficiency shows how well we're using our resources, and that's really important because when we use our resources for classes effectively, then it opens up access for more students to take courses, particularly the ones that are in high demand, like our science labs. So these two rows show the 2 different types of ways that we measure efficiency. One is the fill rate. We'd like to get as close to 100% as possible. Isn't always possible, but we strive for that. And we're trying to get to an 87% fill rate. We're about 85% right now, so we're not too far off. And the FTES over FTEF is the ratio of our full-time equivalent students to our full-time equivalent faculty. So it gives you an indication of the number of students per class, although this is a half of a year, so it would actually be double that. But those are our 2 enrollment metrics. And I think I will turn it over at this point to Kenny Hillman.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Next slide, please. So the plan is designed using the 4 pillars of Viking Pathways, which you see here, and their definitions. Next slide, please. The Explore pillar is for our prospective students in the community or coming from the high schools. The goals here are to increase awareness of our programs in both credit and non-credit. The plan includes representative activities that will help us reach the 3-year metrics that you see listed on this slide. Next slide, please. The launch pillar is representing students who are entering our college and taking their first semester of classes. And so it's really imperative at this point that we close our equity gaps, because students who complete their first term successfully are highly more likely to continue and persist in the next semester. The metrics shown here give direction to the activities that are outlined in the plan. Next slide, please. The Navigate pillar ensures that we, the college, help our students to stay on their educational path. We know that research shows that when students successfully complete their courses, they're more likely to continue. So the metrics here indicate that an increase in our course success up to 74% is what we're striving for both online and traditional class settings. And an important activity to highlight with this pillar is that we want to continue to encourage our full-time faculty and our adjunct faculty to participate in the cultural curriculum audit that you've heard about. It's highly successful. Next slide, please. And finally, the land pillar ensures that our students are learning along the way as they progress through, to their educational goal. So as you can see here, we actually have exceeded our annual degree and certificate of achievement completion metrics. So we're working with CPC to establish new ones. We're also making really great strides with our SLOs. We are now ready to establish the baseline for our institutional student learning outcomes, and those are aligned with our general education courses. So the 2020-2023 strategic enrollment plan, as you can see, is student-centered, and it ensures that we will remain as an efficient college, that we're well-structured and viable so that we do maintain our large college status. And that concludes our slide there. Thank you very much.
And I also just wanted to mention that under the student-centered funding formula, 70% of our income still comes from FTES. 20% comes from the number of our low-income students, and 10% comes from our student success metrics, such as degrees and certificate completion. And I also wanted just to remind everybody that we're on hold harmless through 2024, meaning that we're still funded at our FTES rate from 2017-18. And the Chancellor's Office did that to allow the colleges, at least some of the colleges, to transition to the funding formula, those that might have difficulty doing so. And then they extended it because of the pandemic. So we are where we are until 2024. And we're happy to take any questions. And again, the representative activities in the plan are very extensive. It's a 13-page plan, and we will change up those activities if we're not meeting our metrics. We look at it each year, and as we did with the prior year's plan, we come to the board each year with an update of how we've been doing with the plan and allow the board to ask any questions and give us any comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Appreciate the presentation. I have turned my camera off to optimize my audio and my connection, but still here, and appreciate the timelessness of the presentation. And just a note, as far as Robert's Rules of Order, Section 7 about debate, rule number 42 itemizes a 10-minute rule on floor and speaking. And it's something that's for everyone's awareness that we generally follow Robert's Rules of Order. So hopefully that was not the intention when we're talking about timeliness, Dr. Scott, in your presentation. So, and at this point, is there any questions about the enrollment plan? So Vice President Chico, go ahead.
Thank you. I couldn't find that button for a second. Dr. Scott, can you provide a little bit more information about the data or the information that you're going to collect regarding technology? I know that was part of the strategic plan. So can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Sure. The technology we talk about mostly is the technology designed to help students through their path to completion. So it could be everything from, as they're entering the path, making sure that we have all of our programs with really well-established program pages that explain all of our degrees and certificates to students so that they can see how much they could potentially make if they got a certificate, a 2-year degree, a 4-year degree. We've created all those pages for our CTE programs, and we're now in the process of creating them for all of our other programs. But it's also things like Starfish, where we track students with their success, and if they're having any kind of issues, faculty can flag it and they can be contacted by one of the case managers out of student services. There's all kinds of, it has to do with our instructional technology, the things we're doing for online teaching, our Canvas platforms, all the things that we can teach our faculty about how to increase their effectiveness using those. It's making sure that our courses are on a website that's statewide where we can showcase our courses and have students throughout the state sign up for our online courses. I mean, I could go on for a long, long time about all the technology. It's our online tutoring. It's extensive.
Wow. And that's a lot larger than I was even anticipating. I still do have a great focus on the digital divide and ensuring that our faculty and our students have adequate resources. I want to thank staff for really making an effort to get the word out about resources available to our faculty, because I know that was an issue for a little bit. People didn't know where they could access it, and we had to pivot and address these issues very quickly. So, our faculty, as wonderful as they are, we're like, well, I'll just pay for this myself. I'll just get this done so I can teach this class. And so I really appreciate staff's effort to get that word out. But I will be asking, and it may be in line with this, for a very specific technology infrastructure study, an assessment of what we actually have, and partnering with the city, the county, the state, because they are all working on this as well. In fact, I believe it is the city of Long Beach. I was in a meeting with them today. Their digital inclusion roadmap will be finalized either in March or April. And so they have already identified 25,000 households in Long Beach that are technology deficient. And so it's opportunities like that where we can leverage our resources. The reason why I met with them was because I brought in county staff, because the county is doing Delete the Divide, and their program is addressing those issues and bringing resources together. And the city is identifying the families and households that need this. And we're serving the same constituency. And so if we can leverage our resources together, then I think we'll be a little bit more effective in delivering those services that are so needed to some of our students. So I'd be happy to talk to you a little bit more about it and learn better about what you're doing and what the study is going to entail. And maybe we can kind of plug in some of, fill those gaps a little bit with some of the other resources that are out there.
Sure, thank you. I should also say, we're also looking at putting in computers into like the Michelle Obama Library to offer computer literacy. I mean, it's hard to come up with some of them off the top of my head, but we've also had about almost 9,000 students go through our Quest training modules to learn how to be an online student.
Wow.
So there's it's just really extensive, but I hear what you're saying.
I think you and I talked about Wi-Fi hubs and how important Wi-Fi hubs are. So yeah, I'm really passionate about that as well, because that can be a huge barrier for our students and prevent them from actually enrolling in college because they feel that they don't have the technology to be successful. So yeah, I love to be supportive in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Trustee Zia.
Thank you, Kathy. Great job. But just for the record, President Intek, you mentioned Robert's rules. It's 2 10-minute timelines per question. That's the newly revised Robert's rules for the record. And perhaps we can have a parliamentarian, since it was part of our board retreat and recommendations. Kathy, on your page 7, you're identifying, if perhaps you can bring it up for the
Are you talking about the, I'm sorry, are you talking about the report itself?
presentation.
Okay.
That you just
I can bring that up. Slide 7.
Yeah, it's the 3-year metric.
I see it, yeah.
So these, I know it takes a while for us to come up with these numbers, but is this also including the pandemic impact as well for these numbers that we're trying to get to? That's one question I have. And the second question is, what is our game plan in achieving these numbers? Maybe just really high level.
Sure. In regards to the pandemic, we're struggling a little bit with our enrollment, not nearly as much as some other colleges, as I believe Interim Superintendent President Bynum said at the beginning. Other people are significantly down from where we are. But our success rate has not dropped. It hasn't improved as we had hoped, but it hasn't dropped. And I sort of anticipated it would have dropped with everybody online. So that's really a testament to our faculty that they were able to do that. Our students, some of our returning students haven't returned in the way that we would have hoped. And I think it's because of the pandemic. The ones that we do have are taking more units, which is positive, but some of our returning students have not returned, and they may be waiting when they can come back face-to-face. I know that Dr. Munoz has a plan, a re-enrollment plan to try to reach out to them. So we have been impacted by the pandemic, no question. Some students want certain classes, they want to take them when they can take them face-to-face. And then also, students, they have family members who become ill. I mean, all kinds of things, jobs, and the struggles that our students have. But in regards to our plan, your second question to get this done, that's where, if you look at the larger plan that was attached to the board packet, each one of these that goes along with the slide here, which is really just the overview, provides representative activities. So we have all these activities that are designed, for example, to increase persistence. We have numerous activities to increase Pell, all these financial aid workshops. These are all in the plan itself, if you look at the larger plan. Increasing, 50%, again, 15% of students with their comprehensive ed plan, we want to increase that. That's a student services, and Dr. Munoz can speak to that. But I know that they're working very hard to increase those. We are doing a good job with our transfer level math and English because of AB 705. We are closing those gaps. It's a big effort, but we have one of the activities in the plan is all the embedded tutoring that we're putting into these classes. All the support classes we've created, the non-credit support classes to help students get through. So if you look at the plan really closely, you'll see all the strategies that we've got to try to do it. And if we find that we're not meeting them, we will change up the strategies and figure out okay, this didn't work. What do we need to put in here that can work? So sometimes we don't know, we have to do our best.
Yeah, I got you. I looked at the plan. I was just wondering about the effect of the pandemic because I didn't see that in the metrics or the activities that you planned. It was more like prior to the pandemic. So that was where I wanted to have.
We've been okay so far with the pandemic and our enrollment, shockingly. Although we were slated to be down about 2.5% this year. But we lost a number of students after the start of the semester. We dropped about another 7-8%. And we're looking at why that happened. We're trying to analyze why that happened. Students haven't been able to complete late ad forms the way that they would if they could come onto campus and turn in those forms. They're having trouble, you know, how they would normally crash a class and go in and try to get the instructor to add them. They don't know where to go. You know, we had our faculty, you know, we agreed with the faculty to allow the wait list to run the first full week of class, which we never normally do. But they agreed to that as a way to try to capture those students who might be dropping and trying to add. But it's tough because we can't figure out exactly what the issues are. But that's going to put us a little bit further down than what we thought. But we thought, you know, I think at this point, maybe 5% down for the year, maybe 6%, but that's not nearly as far as some others. And it hasn't, like I said, impacted our success rate. Although, you know, I would have hoped we would have increased with all the work on the audit. But the fact that it hasn't decreased, I feel somewhat relieved because, you know, online has a gap between online and face-to-face in regards to success rates.
Thank you. Great job, Kathy.
Thank you both for the presentation. We'll move on now to our next agenda item, Section 5, Board of Trustees, 5.1, the 2020 Citizens Oversight Committee Annual Report. This is an action item that we'll get a motion and second on in a second. We are going to have a presentation or a word from Erin Moore, Chairperson of the Citizens Oversight Committee, who will present this year's annual report. Maybe we can go with Erin. I see is on here, can unmute himself or speak to the report. I don't know if there's a presentation, and then we can take up the vote.
Thank you, President Intuck. There's no on-screen presentation in your meeting materials. You have the annual report from the Citizens Oversight Committee. A few things just to draw to your attention. This is an annual report that is required by Proposition 39. And the highlights I wanted to talk about tonight, one is to thank you for your most recent appointment to fill the vacancy we had and appointing Summer Temple to that vacancy. She's a great addition to the COC. As you know, Long Beach City College enjoys over $1.3 billion in bond funding, which is really an exceptional support from the community. I know that as much as taxes aren't always the most fun, I really am proud when I see the LBCC line item on my property taxes because I see what is happening on campus and what it's doing for students. There's an exceptionally busy construction schedule on campus, as you know from your work on the 2041 Facilities Master Plan. I think it rivals certainly any community college district that I've ever been aware of. 104 projects have been completed through the bond funding. 6 are currently in construction with 8 more in design. And in 2020, the Vice President Drinkwine and her team really took advantage of the reduced traffic on campus. The 4 main completed projects to call to your attention: the installation of a number of new electric vehicle charging stations, the completion on the LAC campus of Building X, the central plant, which does take into consideration the expansion that will be needed for many of these construction activities. Building J, the auditorium, and then of course, the PCC parking structure. Both of those last 2 had such great online virtual ribbon cuttings that I know many of you attended. In the current year, 3 of the major projects includes the CLAC, the Kinesiology Lab and Aquatic Center, which you know will make those facilities just absolutely state-of-the-art. Building M, the Language Arts, Foreign Language, Computer and Office Studies building, and then on PCC, Building MM, the construction trades. And if 2 upcoming projects to draw your attention to would be Building G, the Music and Theater Complex, which is again going to transform the facilities for those disciplines and to bring the community further onto campus. And the second part of building MM at PCC, the Construction Trades 2. Of particular interest to the committee has been the district's integrated energy master plan and the notoriety the district really has received for its commitment to sustainability. And as you've approved at your prior meeting, the audit reports related to the expenditure of the bond funds are clean with no findings. So that's the primary duty of the COC, is to ensure the expenditure of those funds. And we feel very confident that all of those funds have been expended according to the bond requirements. And really a special thank you to Vice President Drinkwine and Shonda Jones on her team for the support of the COC, in addition to the leadership of the facilities and the bond management teams. And that concludes my report. President Intuck, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, this is an action item. So I'd like to ask for a motion and a second, and then we can open the floor for discussion.
So moved to
second.
Vice President Chico, motion, second by Trustee Malulu. And then we'll go, I see Trustee Baxter has her hand up, and then Trustee Malulu. Trustee Baxter?
Yes, thank you, President Duck. Aaron, I want to congratulate you and your committee on doing such a great job with the citizens oversight. I was today with a number of Long Beach residents, actually my constituents over on the east side, and they all exclaimed the beauty of both campuses and how wonderful it is. But I also pointed out to them that not only do we have a beautiful campus and wonderful facilities, but we are under budget, which is very important to the taxpayers. And I can't think of another entity, honestly, in the state of California that is under budget. Yeah, I think of the EDD and places like that. So, I mean, I think we should be very proud. And I know they are under budget because of your diligence in following the facility. But I am so proud of our facilities department and the bond management team under the leadership of Vice President Drinkwine. And that's all I have to say.
I appreciate that, Trustee Baxter. I will deflect those congratulations to the Vice President and her team, but I will thank you for you recruiting me to Long Beach City College as a community supporter on the board. And my position on the board is representing the foundation. So I appreciate you alerting me to the opportunity years ago.
You, Trustee Malulu?
Yes, thank you, Aaron. I just want to commend you and the Citizens Oversight Commission on doing a great job and great reporting. I have one question, although I think my question is probably for Vice President Drinkwine. You sent us a memo last week about the bond funding, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. It was something that we requested a while back. I have a question about that memo, and in my head, I had intended to email you when I read it, but I was caught up and it fell through the cracks. Listening to Aaron's presentation reminded me of my question. In the memo, you highlighted that there was a decrease in rates, and I just wanted to know what that translated to for cost savings for the citizens. So I believe there was some rate in there, 6% tax savings equivalent to ABC million. How does that equate to savings? I know that the demographics of my district are very different than the demographics of Trustee Baxter's district. So the tax, the property tax basis is very different, but how does that decrease interest rate translate so that we can tell our constituents, hey, we're saving this much money on the bond, this is how much you're saving on your property tax? What is a good response to that?
Thank you, Trustee Malulu. We actually will be presenting to you in item 10.4
the resolution that would allow us to perform that refunding or refinancing, you can think of it that way, of that bond. I will defer to President Intuk on whether I should answer the question within the context of this agenda item, or if I should answer that question when we get to item 10.4. But we do have with us this evening Mr. Adam Bauer, who is our financial advisor for the district and provides us guidance on these kinds of issues. So again, I'll leave it to your guidance whether we should address that question now or wait till we get to item 10.4.
I'm okay if we wait. I know I'm not President Untuck, but it's okay if we wait. I just didn't want to forget again because I already forgot 3 or 4 times already, 3 or 4 days. But Aaron, you reminded me of that, and I didn't want to let that question slip through the cracks because that's a good question for us to know when we're out in our community, especially when people talk about bonds and money and property taxes. I mean, if we're saving money, you know, I'd like to be able to put a number next to it, right, Trustee Baxter? So yeah, we can wait until we get to that part of the report, as long as you don't forget, because I might forget.
I won't forget.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for the presentation and representing the Oversight Committee at the board tonight in the report. With that, we'll ask Secretary Hahn to take a roll call vote.
Yes. Student Trustee Blackman? Is he still with us?
Yes, I'm still here. Aye.
Thank you. Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico? Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Intuck?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, the report is adopted. Thank you again, Aaron. Moving on to item 5.2, resolution on Black History Month. This is an action item. Recalls a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Zia. Is there a second? By Trustee. Any discussion on the resolution?
Excuse me, I'm not hearing. You're cutting out. Who made the motion?
I made the motion, Jackie.
Oh, thank you. And second?
It was me, Jackie, but Trustee Blackman actually made it, so I'm making it for the record.
Okay, I'll make a note of that. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, do a roll call vote.
Student Trustee Blackman?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Intuck?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, motion resolution. Moving on to agenda item 5. We do have a presentation from PPL, our consultant, on an overview of the superintendent president search process and other agenda items, agenda beyond this presentation. You're on mute if you want to yourself.
I'm sorry, President Intuck, are you talking to me?
Sorry, Dr. Leese.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Dr. Leese, yes. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, President Intuck and members of the Board of Trustees and Superintendent President Bynum, I really want to thank you for the opportunity of coming tonight to give you this update. This is such an important effort on behalf of the district and the future of Long Beach City College that it's important that we keep you apprised of where we are and are held accountable for what we're doing. The first step when we assist the district in the search for a new chief executive officer is to review the job description. We want to make sure that it accurately reflects the roles and responsibilities, perhaps challenges and opportunities that are facing the district so that we can put that information out as part of the position announcement, as part of the website that's going to give information to potential candidates to make sure they understand what's important and what's going on in the in the college. So why is it important? Well, of course, we use this during the entire effort to hire a new superintendent president. We use it in developing the website. We use information there to work with the selection committee as the selection committee works to paper screen or candidate screen without paper. And to interview, the interview questions would be aimed at the critical issues that are facing and that are important to the college, as well as the characteristics that are being identified through this process. So that document in your district is referred to as the position profile. And Robert and I attended the President's Leadership Council last week to review this update, as well as discuss the position profile that has been developed by Mr. Duran and the staff with the assistance of the superintendent president. So that document has been drafted and is ready for your consideration and approval after this presentation. The next step that we work on with the staff is to develop a timeline that is used to create a proposed calendar of events, start date for the new superintendent president. Your goal, and now our goal, is to have this process completed in June, so the new superintendent president would be in a position to take the office in July of 2021. For your planning purposes, we have tentatively marked May 26, 27, and 28 for the finalist interviews with the Board of Trustees. So we hope that you will all have that marked on your calendar and set aside for that important event. We're also planning on virtual campus forums during that same week. And during those campus forums, we will be taking notes and gathering information to provide to you as you consider your final selection. Following the interviews, there will be time for you to discuss your preference among the finalists and for Dr. Griffin and I to review the reference and background checks that we will have done by then for the candidate you determine to be your choice. We would then anticipate the board would make the official hire at the June board meeting. So now we have the tentative timeline and the position profile. We will need to work with your staff to complete the work on the district's website, where the position announcement will be located, along with instructions on how to apply and links to assist the applicants to read more about the college, to study your financial situation, to study your accreditation issues, to study virtually everything going on the campus. And from tonight's meeting, I can see there's a lot of studying that's going to be going on by these candidates. During this period, then, we will officially open the position in the next few days and then continue our recruitment efforts for about 7 weeks until the position has a soft close on April 28th. During this period, the open period, the selection committee, chaired by Dr. Scott, will do its work to prepare for and to conduct the candidate screening and first level interviews. Those interviews are tentatively scheduled now for May 12th, 13th, and 14th. The committee will then forward to the Board of Trustees the finalists for the position unranked. As a reminder, the college will need the board's community appointments to that selection committee as soon as possible. Of course, we hope and we are sure you will find that you're going to find people who are able to commit the sort of time it takes to serve on the selection committee. We hope that they will be friends of the college, well informed about the college, and have a long relationship with the institution. In closing, I do want to express our thanks and appreciation to your interim superintendent president and her staff at Long Beach City College for their cooperation and assistance. We've still got a lot of work to do, but your folks have been very cooperative, very, very much assistance as we're working through this process, and Dr. Griffin and I particularly appreciate that work. That's really the end of our update for you tonight, but we'd be happy to respond to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Leese. And just want to point on the agenda for everybody, there's 2 attachments. One is the timeline of the hiring that's proposed via agenda. And then there's also an overview of the charge of the committee that will be being brought together. We also have the agenda item on adopting what the makeup of that committee is coming up next. So if you want to focus our question discussion, and this is an information item, this is not an action item we have. So we'll go Trustee Zia, then Trustee Baxter.
Yeah, I just noted the timeline that you have. Is this reasonable given the constraints of the pandemic, the timeline that you're proposing? Or is this something that has been conventionally used in a traditional setting, not a pandemic setting?
I don't know that the pandemic would have much effect on this time frame. We're able, as a matter of fact, in some respects, we're able to do things a little quicker. And that is when we're finished with our paper screening for the first level interview, as an example. We usually have to give people at least 2 weeks notice for coming to the campus to interview. Because we're able to do this virtually, we can cut a little bit of time out of that, and they're able to join us in those interviews without the expense of travel or the expense for the college to bring them here. So in that sense, it moves along pretty quickly. For the most part, the recruitment efforts that we do, and they are extensive, most of those are done through getting the information out through the community college registry and the listservs that serve the chief executive officers and the chief instructional officers and the other senior officers of community colleges across the state. Those go out just as normal, and they're already somewhat virtual in the sense that they're done through emails and that sort of thing. The other advertisements we take out through publications that are on a national level, the contacts we make by telephone and by Zoom and emails to the contacts we have around the nation who are interested in helping us find and nominate candidates for the job. Those will go on as usual. So I don't see that the pandemic is really going to create a challenge or a delay to our timeline.
Great, thank you. And I have a whole bunch of questions on the makeup of the committee, but that's the next item. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Trustee Baxter.
Yes, hi. In my youth, one of my jobs was a book editor, and I found a couple errors. And I certainly don't want you to publish this, but if you go to page 2, toward the bottom, in the paragraph before the last, you have monitor the campus climate, yada, yada. In the last paragraph, you have monitor the campus climate, yada, yada. You've repeated that twice. I assume that's a typo, and I wouldn't want this to go out, and I wouldn't want us to look foolish, okay? And then on page 3, in the second thing, economic development and community partnerships, there should be a comma between business and industry. Okay, and then lastly, a number of periods are missing. And I know why this happens because, you know, we have spell check, but that doesn't mean spell check works all the time. So just didn't want this to be published with those errors.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
So if I can go back to Trustee Zia's question, if that's okay. And I was on mute, so I didn't get a chance to respond to it. There are internal and external aspects of this search, and to respond to your question, internally, those dynamics are created by deciding about availability and the processes that exist in your district that are traditional, that are ongoing. And so we respect that, and we don't try to make changes to that. Externally, we haven't seen much change, as Dr. Lisa says. For the most part, we do the recruitment, and we do other aspects of the search, and we have had experience working with other institutions, and so we can bring that experience with us. But there are some timelines that we understand that are important in order to you to do your recruitment. The 7 to 8 weeks of being out gives us a chance to contact people, gives a chance to post the advertisements in key places, especially focused on gender and other kinds of equity populations. We reach out strongly to those populations. And so it gives us a chance to do recruitment to get a pool that's going to be acceptable to Long Beach City College.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. Is there any other question or discussion for the consultants before we move on?
Just one more comment. I was absolutely impressed with what I heard tonight from Long Beach City College, and I really mean this sincerely. Your conversations around equity, diversity, inclusion, anti-bias are just phenomenal. I mean, it really is heartwarming to me. I retired after 39 years of public education, and I'm not certain that I had heard that level of conversation in my 39 years, not openly. I mean, you had people within the institution who were having those conversations, but it wasn't at an institutional level. And I heard that from your students. I heard that from your faculty. I heard it from the trustees. It is impressive. And what that means for us is as we go out to recruit candidates for this position, we tell them your commitment to diversity, to equity, to inclusion, to anti-bias, all of those things that are really important. So we're looking for that person that's going to help you at your existing level and go to the next level. And so it's really rewarding for us to listen to these conversations, all of these things, enrollment management and everything else, because it gives us an opportunity to represent your institution well and accurately to candidates that we're recruiting for your position. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. We appreciate the recognition, and I think we've come a long way. We're not at the mountaintop yet, but we've come a long way, and it's. I think you hear the vernacular is quite fluid and well received across the board. So thank you, Dr. Leese and Dr. Griffin, for being with us tonight. We're going to move on to the next two agenda items. 5.4, Superintendent President Search Committee. There's no attachment, but the text is in the agenda item, which is the action item. You'll notice there's 19 representatives, and the previous version 2. So it's been reduced slightly prior to we had on this. So this is an action item that will need a motion and a second to discuss.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Zia. Is there a second?
Second.
I had Trustee Malulu got there first. So
That's fine.
Moved and seconded.
Did we lose President Untuck again? He's having Wi-Fi problems tonight. Vice President Chico needs to be ready.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There she is.
Can you hear me? I see two hands up now. With Trustee Zia and Trustee Baxter.
Yeah, I'm sorry, did you say?
Trustee Zia, Trustee Baxter. Trustee Zia, go first. Can you hear me?
I maybe I misheard in your previous item that you mentioned that this committee would be chaired by Vice President Scott. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
VP Duran would be a non-voting member as the EEO officer.
You know, I think I have infinite respect for both of our administrators, but I think we need to maintain a firewall or a neutrality of having someone who wouldn't be the potential like direct report or essentially certainly the direct report to the prospective position spearheading the committee. I think we need to have someone who is either a community member. I believe last time around when we did this, Mayor Foster was the committee chair, from what I recall. But maybe Trustee Baxter do you recall who chaired the committee?
Yes, and Trustee Zia, it has long been, and I've witnessed at least 7 presidential searches, that it is somebody from the college because they have the knowledge of how to pull all these different divergent groups together. If you bring in someone from the community, they don't have an understanding of who the academic senate is, who the LBCCFA, who the classified, they just don't see the big picture. And I am 99.9% positive Bob Foster was not the chair of the committee.
I would certainly want to get, I think that was my recollection, but I could be.
Well, Jerry, I think you were on the last election, weren't you?
Shenny Weber was the chair last time. Shenny.
Yeah, Shenny Weber. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but she wasn't the direct report to her boss. But also, are we going to assume that selected to chair the committee are not going to be potential candidates? Is that a fair assumption? I mean, I just want to be, it sounds like the case, which
they can't be.
Maybe we'll go to Superintendent Bynum.
Yeah.
Has her hand up.
That wasn't going to be my question.
No problem. Superintendent Bynum has her hand up, but she may be able to respond.
Yeah, I just wanted to let everybody know that Shenny Weber was the chair of the committee. Before that, when Eloy came on board, the chair of the committee was the vice president, then Rose Delgadio. And so it's always been somebody that's usually in the executive team that is chairing it.
Okay, well, I just think that just from a perception standpoint, we may want to have it composed differently as far as the chairing, but that's just my perspective. I wanted to offer that.
Thanks, Trustee Baxter.
Yes, what I wanted to say originally, and by the way, I'm against Trustee Zia's idea, is I already have my person and received my person's permission. Do you want our names tonight? Because it seems to me the sooner we get moving on this, the better.
I think probably the best thing to do would be first thing in the morning, if you have someone confirmed, to send over to Superintendent Bynum and myself as your submission, as we can get it in from each person.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need to do it tonight.
Okay.
Unless anybody's working overtime tonight and really wants to get names at 10 o'clock at night.
All they're gonna have to do is write it down.
Any other discussion on the committee? And there's a motion and a second already.
I'm sorry, is there a deadline to give our appointees to the selection committee or to the firm?
We haven't itemized it. I know Dr. Leese, I would assume the sooner the better, but is there a specific date you'd like to give?
Well, I think we gave everybody 10 days. I believe the district gave everyone 10 days to come in with their names. And I believe those 10 days are up in about 4 more days. But so we don't need it tonight, no.
So we got till Monday, then you're in trouble. All right, so we have a motion and a second. We'll go to roll call with Secretary Hahn.
Student Trustee Blackman.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuk.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Moving on to agenda item 5.5, approval of superintendent president search profile. There's one document attached. This is an action item, and I know that this has gone through review of the President's Leadership Council, and our stakeholders have had copies and a chance to respond back to it previously. But this is an action item. If there's a motion and a second.
Motion, and I have a question.
Motion from Trustee Malauulu, seconded by Vice President Chico. We'll move into discussion. Trustee Malauulu, we'll go to you first.
Actually, it's not a question. Well, kind of. So one is a comment, one is a question. The comment is, I just want to commend the responsible parties for the way this was written. I feel that it's very thorough, and I love that there's a phrase in there about unexpected natural disasters like the COVID, someone that has experience with that. When I read that, it really gave me pause, because had we not gone through COVID ourselves, we would never know to include something like that, a catastrophe or disaster preparedness and experience. I just thought it was great. My question is the section on community. I really want to say something that our superintendent president has a very clear responsibility to be present in the community. And I don't know how to say that other than that way. And I appreciate some of the language that's there about the advocacy and about the representation, but I just don't feel it's sufficient. And the reason I'm saying that is because we're coming out of a previous superintendent president that outright refused to participate in foundation events, which is our fundraising body. I can't tell you how many times we were at events and I was embarrassed that our superintendent president wasn't there. And the truth is the truth. There's no way to skirt it, but, no regrets were sent. There had been a confirmation or an RSVP, but then there was a no-show. And I just don't want to go through that again. So I want the new superintendent president to understand how important community is to this institution and how important the presence of the superintendent president of Long Beach Community College to be at these community events. So is there a way to expand that community section to make it crystal clear that this is part of their job description and this is part of their job duty? That, and I understand, I don't think anybody on this board, perhaps Trustee Untug maybe understands the responsibility of having children and young children and having to balance a family, but the presence is also important. And I just feel like that section didn't stress that enough. Having a family and having children, we applaud that and we all have that and we respect that. But with this job comes a responsibility to represent the district in the community, particularly at foundation events, particularly at fundraising events. So is there a way we could incorporate that phrase into that section?
We do have the ability tonight to amend this. This is the final adoption. We can reorder. One might think of what's first in the list of characteristics may be a higher priority. We could take the community section and move that up. It is right before budget and after diversity and after strategic planning, after student equity and after leadership. So we could amend it to put it up there. If there's a specific phrase that's missing, we could add that. What sounds like the item you're talking about, Trustee Malauulu, is bullet point 3, a leader who advances the efficacy of the college foundation and pursues community support and philanthropic contributions. That section, we can move that bullet point to be first in the section, would be probably the easiest amendment. But if there's a change that you'd like to propose, it's up to the majority of the board.
It's not just that. I did say that, that advocacy and representation is there. I was happy to see that. But I just, for Guy and Robert, I just want it to be crystal clear that attendance at community events is part of the job.
May I speak?
That phrase.
President, may I speak?
Go ahead, Dr. Griffin.
I think that you have 2 opportunities. You have it at the first level interview and your final interview to go into depth with questions, asking that person about their direct experience and commitment to, where you can get a detailed response from them. So I agree with the language in the position profile and position announcement, but you also can include that in your interview questions and in the forum questions. So you have multiple opportunities to really get a feel for that person's commitment to the community and their participation and involvement and visibility in the community. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that response, Robert, but I really think it's important that we have it in writing.
Oh yeah, yes.
Interview, we did have 5 interview candidates who all said, I'll be there, I'll be at everything, I'll show up. And I can't tell you how many times I was at events and our superintendent president was introduced and wasn't in the room. And I don't want to go through that again. I want it explicitly clear in writing that attendance at, I mean, this is Long Beach City College, and we're a small town, big city where you've got the school district, the university, and the community college all in one. You've got the port, you've got other community partners. This is critical to our success. And I really am going to push to have something in writing to say attendance at community events is part of the job. You're signing up for that. So if, you know, wherever you feel with your expertise that phrase could be incorporated. I know Trustee Baxter has her hand up and she's been nodding. You and I were probably at the same events, embarrassed that, you know, there was an empty chair because somebody had RSVP'd that they'd be there. In fact, we talked about the food going to waste, how we'd rather have, you know, somebody else sit there and eat the food. But anyway, I really would like to see that, please.
Got it.
Before we go on, Superintendent Biden had her hand up. I don't know if she was raising in response to the answering that question, but I don't think she's. A second. We'll go Trustee Baxter.
Well, what I wanted to say is I think, and Vivian, you know, I agree 300% with you. I think you could just add a phrase, the third bullet point, a leader who advances efficacy of the college foundation, blah, 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 to support students and the college's mission through attendance at community events. Because it's not only the foundation, it's the state of the city, it's the Long Beach Chamber of Commerce, it's the CCEJ prayer breakfast. So I don't want to just limit it to foundation. And I do agree with you that you put it in writing and because you're absolutely right. Every single one of them said, oh yeah, I'll do it. But push comes to shove. If we have it in writing, I mean, I just think it's better.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure, Vice President Duran.
Sorry to interrupt. I appreciate this. So, Trustee Malauulu, I fully understand exactly what you're saying. And so my suggestion would be actually in the fourth bullet point so that the language reads, a leader who can engage in developing community support for the college through regular participation in community events, fundraising, foundation activities, et cetera, I think that because I think it's not only just the foundation, it's actually just enhancing the brand and enhancing the goodwill of the college and showing respect with the CEO being present at all the events that happen in LBC. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think that's great. Could you make it attendance, not just participation? Attendance and participation?
Happily.
And I'm, you know, I get that, you know, your kid gets sick one day, you don't have a babysitter another day, you get a flat tire. I get those things. That's life. Things like that happen. But when it happens every single time and eventually 6 months go by and nobody's seen you, then it becomes a problem because you're putting the district in the bite. So it's not a one-off, I couldn't be there that day, sorry, I had to flake. It's actually something, you know, a deep-rooted problem with attendance and being visible. So yes, Jean, I think that's fine as long as the word attendance is there.
And could we add college events? So community and college events? Is that okay?
We can add whatever we like.
I'm taking notes.
Okay.
Before we go on, Interim Superintendent Biden had her hand up and then she stepped away and she's back now. I didn't know if she wanted to weigh in.
Well, I just wanted to thank you, President Ntuk. I just wanted to say we also had a conversation with Dr. Lees and Dr. Griffin about the importance, the investment that this community has in the college and the expectation that whomever comes into this role is going to have to play a very proactive, present job as president of this college. And one of the things that we all talked about, and Dr. Lees and Dr. Griffin mentioned also, is as they recruit people and talk to them about this position and trying to generate their interest in the position, that they could share that information as well, because we brought it up as a special issue, I think, that had to be built into this process.
Great, thank you. I think we'll go Trustee Zia, then Vice.
Yes, thank you so much. This is a good start. As far as,
I'm sorry, I think there's a
Go ahead.
latency in your, I'm assuming you called on me. Okay, so I appreciate the good start. As far as attendance goes, mandatory, we have so many. Do we really want to prescribe attendance at all? Like, it doesn't, maybe we should have some sort of a, boundary on how much we want.
The word all is not listed.
No, I understand that. But as far as expectation goes, if we were going to say attendance, shouldn't we be more clear on exactly what our expectation is as far as attendance? Just a suggestion. I'm not attached to it either way. I think it's a good point. Just think we need to calibrate it, right size it. That's one thing. And then two, on the desired qualifications, we've had issues in the past where lack of doctorate degree has been a source of consternation. So personally, I think it would be more prudent for us to have that as a minimum qualification, because it's been such a big chronic issue at the college district, and a source of concern. So that's just something I'd like to offer to my colleagues. I don't know what your thoughts are, but I would prefer that the minimum qualifications of the person would have a doctoral degree, since we're a higher education institution and not just a master's.
Thank you. Vice President Chico.
May I respond to that real quickly, because I think it's important that everybody understands. Jean, isn't it correct that you can't require it? A minimum qual are set by the standards in the state, right?
Correct. That's actually what I was going to say. So the minimum qualifications for an academic administrator from the chancellor's office, it's just the floor, is a master's. But obviously desirables, and you can, do the screening, so you give higher weight to an advanced doctorate degree.
Right. And we did talk about this in the prep meeting. This is the same structure of all the other search committees, El Camino, Rio Hondo, they all say the same thing. So we're not out of line. I don't know if Dr. Leese has his hand up if you wanted to say anything to that effect.
Well, I did, but you've already mentioned the MQ, so I'll bypass that one and talk more about what I would call an onboarding opportunity. I think it's something that we recommend you consider as a board when you get a new superintendent president in, that you spend some time really sitting down in a retreat sort of format, perhaps with a facilitator, perhaps not, but you really go over some things that are important to you. And before a person really gets started in the job, you have a chance to talk about things that might not be as apparent during the search as it is to you. So it's something that Dr. Griffin and I really encourage boards to consider, and we would encourage you to do it. And this is one area, boy, this really highlights the need for an opportunity for you to talk to someone and really explain your feelings and your need to have your chief executive officer as an integral part of your community, involved in all of the things that are going on. Not every meeting, clearly, there are way too many. Ms. Zia, I would agree that you wouldn't want that kind of wording, but you could really help them. I mean, because a person could look at you and say, okay, can you help me understand what are the important ones that you really need me to be at? And you can have that kind of conversation where you can really give them some guidance. And I think you're going to find you may have had a real exception in your previous superintendent president for someone who doesn't see that as a responsibility. I think it clearly is to almost everyone who's in that role.
Thank you. Vice President Chico.
Thank you, Trustee Malauulu, for bringing that up and making sure that it is a priority for us. As someone who does attend a lot of events, breakfasts, lunches, 3 or 4 dinners in one night, and I can make myself appear at all of those. It's a talent. I'm a little crazy too. I mean, we're not expecting somebody to do that, but it is really, really important, particularly in this community, that our CEO is very visible and is part of the network in this community. You know, our constituents need to get to know that person and have, you know, that accessibility. So I think that's a wonderful point. The only thing I would add to that is that we are explicit that these events may take place outside of regular business hours.
Sure.
Because we do have, you know, if we don't include that, then this person may be, well, I'll go to every luncheon, Chamber luncheon, you know, Flossie Lewis, whatever luncheon is out there, Rotary. There are a lot. There's the prayer breakfast that starts at 7 a.m. There are galas that take place at night. And these are all partners that we work with in the community. So it is really important. I know that I used to see, you know, Jane Close Connolly everywhere, you know, at all of these events. So she was very visible. It is a big deal. So that's the only thing I would add, is just so they understand it's not just attending community events and college events during the day or regular business hours. They may take place outside of that.
Great. Thank you. So there are a couple of different amendments or potential changes. Was what Jean proposed acceptable as a friendly amendment, or?
Yes, thank you.
I would just add that last suggestion.
Outside of business hours, that's good.
Yeah,
that was really good.
Perfect, Jean.
That's okay with me. And yes, add what Herlinda brought up.
All right. So, Jean, are you keeping track of that, or Dr. Lees?
I'm sure Jean is.
And there we go. I am. And so what I'm wondering if on the end of that bullet point, in community, we add, as well as business industry partnerships, which may occur outside of normal business hours. Mm-hmm. So it's just all one bullet, and so, okay, thank you. I got it.
Okay, if that friendly amendment, and remind me, who made the motion and second? Malulu motion?
Malulu and Chico.
Chico second. If they're okay with that change, there can be a friendly amendment.
Yeah. And right now I only have changed it to as submitted to as amended, and then I'll have to get the language from Jean.
I'll get that too.
Because I can't change the document. It's a PDF.
Okay. Any other discussion on this before we take a vote? Hearing and seeing none, go ahead, Secretary Hahn, we'll take a roll call vote.
Yes. Student Trustee Blackman?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
All right, adopted as so thanks everybody. Thank you, Dr. Griffin, Dr. Lees, for your attendance tonight, and have a great evening. Appreciate you spending time with us.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you.
President. Thank you. Thank you all. Pleasure.
Now we're going to move on to 6 consent agenda and 6.1. If there's any items to be removed, this is an opportunity for trustees request removal of a consent agenda item. I see Trustee Zia with her hand up.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 6.4.
Was that 6.4 or 6.14?
6.4.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other items? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 6.2, approval of the consent agenda that will approve all items listed except for 6.4 will be the next agenda item by itself. And so is there a motion and a second to take action? So there was a motion, Trustee Baxter?
Yes.
A second? Vice President.
Second. You need a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got Vice President Chico. Second, any discussion?
Student
None.
Go ahead. I thought I lost
ahead.
you. Student trustee Blackman,
I'm in and out.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Erlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right. The consent agenda is adopted. Continuing on the consent agenda, item 6.4 by itself. I have to bring it up here. What is 6.4?
Purchase order ratification.
All right. This is an action item. Is there a motion and a second?
So move.
Motion by trustee Baxter, seconded by everybody's on mute.
We need a
I just want to know
Why
what.
wouldn't you second this if we want to discuss it?
Right. I just want to know what the item is that Trustee Zia is holding out on. I have it pulled up, and I just want to know what the item is. I don't want to second it if I don't know what it is.
It's item 6.4, purchase order list.
Right.
We need a second to discuss.
Which purchase order are you holding out on?
I'll get into that once we get a second.
Let's just get a second and get it on the floor, then for discussion.
Second.
The option to vote or not.
Was that student trustee who made the
Yeah.
second?
Second from the student trustee.
Okay.
Okay, but I need a second by the board.
I'll provide the second from President Ntuk.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So it's moved second in for item 6.4 purchase orders. Any discussion on the topic?
Yeah, on page 5, I thought we approved an extension. I see Alvarez, Glassman, Colvin. The amount shown is the total amount for the contract that has been extended to June 2023. I thought we increased it to 350,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. There is a lag in the time frame between the approval of a contract or a contract amendment and its appearance on this list. And that's just due to separate processing in our system with the approval of the contract versus the actual input of that into the system. This PO list will be updated and reflect that amendment prior to the payment of the next presented invoice, because the next invoice would put it over the amount reflected there, but there is just a little bit of a time lag. It is quite likely that you will see this report updated for that contract amendment at the next Board of Trustees meeting.
Okay, so what's the total expenditures that is shown? What is that date as of?
The total expenditures shown here is as of the last billing, which was, if memory serves, it would have been December, I believe. I will double check and see if it was December or November. I know that we just received a second invoice. But so the month as of billing is either November or December.
Okay, so as of November or December, the total expenditure is $188,721, right? That's
correct.
Okay. And then on page 11, for Atkinson, is that total expenditure to date is 11,000 for general counsel?
It would have been total expenditures to date for payments made. It's always possible that an invoice was presented after the as of date reflected on this report, and so that payment is pending. So I'd have to go back and determine what that monthly billing is. There is just in general, for most firms that provide us services, there can be 2 to 8 weeks of a lag between the time that a firm completes the service for a month and the presentation of that invoice. And then typically we try and pay those invoices within 30 days of receipt. Occasionally there could be a delay. But with that in mind, that oftentimes it won't appear as a payment for up to 2 or 3 months after the month in which the services were rendered, just because of the time frame for the firm to issue the invoice and then the time frame for us to process payment.
Okay. All right. And then I see on page 62 for Liebert Cassidy Whitmore. So total expenditure to date for personnel matters. What are they doing on personnel matters for $152,486?
I can't answer that for you today, Trustee Zia. And I may not be able to answer that for you in an open meeting. If it is personnel matters, that may be protected information.
Yeah, I had asked before, and to date, I haven't gotten any information in non-open session, and therefore I will continue to, even though I don't have a legal conflict of interest, in the absence of having sufficient information, I will voluntarily abstain from voting on this item. And that's all I have. Thank you, Marlene.
Board Counsel Ewing, I believe those 3 firms are part of ongoing litigation related to Trustee Zia. Can you share what has transpired and why that information has not been shared?
Yes, that is correct. President Untuk, my firm, the Atkinson firm, and the Liebert Cassidy firm have provided advice and counsel to the district in closed session pertaining to existing litigation involving Trustee Zia, and also pertaining to an investigation involving Trustee Zia, both of which she has a conflict of interest. And so the disclosure of that information, because of that conflict and because of the privileged nature of that information discussed with the board, cannot be shared in open session, and of course with Trustee Zia, because she's an active litigant.
Can you let us know how many times have you shared that information with her attorney?
I think I've advised her attorney at least a couple of times that this exchange of information would not be forthcoming for the reasons that I've just mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ntuk, I have a point of order. The total expenditures you're reflecting, my question is, are you suggesting that all those expenditures are related to the litigation? And because the investigation you conducted allegedly wasn't, it was for the most part into the former superintendent, which is a matter of public knowledge for the bulk of it. So are you suggesting that all the expenditures to date involves the litigation and investigation, that part of it was into me, or is it, I just want to know what portion of it, or should I assume all of it pertains to you, to your services and Liebert and Atkinson?
Oh, sure. So based on what I just said, I'm not at a position without getting direction from the board to respond to your questions, but respectfully, I will have to decline to respond to those questions based on the reasons that I've given.
And that's a misrepresentation of the questions I was asking. I didn't say that.
Well, just to be safe and not create, because the information is vague and ambiguous. I don't know how much pertains to me, how much doesn't. There's personnel matters that could pertain to others. So I will abstain from this vote and call for the question.
There's been a call for a question that requires a 2/3 vote. Secretary Hahn, can we have the 2/3 vote on the call to question, please? It's a non-debatable motion.
Student Trustee Blackman?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
This is on the call to question, not on the actual merits of the item, right?
No, for a 2/3 vote for the call to question.
Right. We're not voting on the item yet. We're first voting to see if we can vote, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Aye.
So now we vote.
The 2/3 thresholds met. No further debate can ensue. Ask everyone please mute themselves, and we'll go to the call to question, or I'm sorry, the vote, roll call vote on the adoption of the purchase order of 6.4.
Student trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Berlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Abstain.
All right. The purchase order has been ratified. Moving on to 6.3. Did I skip one?
7.1. We're
There we
done.
go. Sorry, so we're done with the sixes.
We're moving.
Scroll down here. 7, human resources. 7.1 is an action item. This is the Long Beach City College Faculty Association initial bargaining proposals to the district reopener negotiations. There's 3 sections there, or 3 articles relevant. The Board of Trustees is recommended to accept the Long Beach Community College Faculty Association initial bargaining proposal for reopener negotiations for the 21-22 fiscal year as submitted. Article 7 is related to working conditions. Article 10 is hours of employment service load. And Article 11 is salary. This is an action item that will need a motion and a second to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Zia, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move to roll call vote.
We will pass on student trustee due to this being negotiation items. Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Berlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right. Motion's adopted. Moving to 7.2, the district initial bargaining proposal from LBC FA is a reopener. It sounds similar, but it's different on 7.2. It's also an action item. The Board of Trustees adopted it's recommended the Board of Trustees adopt the district initial bargaining proposal to the Long Beach City College Faculty Association as submitted, related to 2 articles, Article 9, faculty evaluations, and Article 10, hours of employment / service load. This is an action item that will need a motion in a second.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Zia.
Second.
Second by Trustee Baxter. Open the floor for any discussion. Seeing and hearing none, call for a roll call vote, Secretary Hahn.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Berlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
It is adopted. Moving to Section 8, Academic Senate, the 8.1, there's no items this month. Moving to Section 9, Academic Affairs, 9.1, no items this month. Moving to Section 10, Administrative Business Services, 10.1 is our quarterly FSR. This is an action item. The Board of Trustees approved the 2020-2021 second quarterly financial status report for the Long Beach Community College District and authorizes middle of the report to the Community College District Chancellor's Office as submitted. This is an action item that will need a motion and second.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Zia, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion on item 10.1? Seeing and hearing none, call for a roll call vote.
Student trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Berlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
The motion is adopted. Moving to 10.2 is a 2020-2021 mid-year budget performance report. This is an informational item, and there are two attachments to the agenda. And I believe Vice President Drinkwine, this is your item?
It is. Thank you so much, President Intuk. I want to just speak to the attached narrative that accompanies this mid-year budget performance report. That attached narrative describes some of the activities that have occurred since the adopted budget that helped decrease our projected deficit from $6.6 million in our unrestricted general fund down to $3.8 million, some significant improvement, nearly $3 million. I want to first point out that the unrestricted general fund does not reflect expenditures of the CARES Act. So if you recall from last month's presentation, that all happens in the restricted general fund. So when we have additional expenditures related to COVID-19, those expenditures are transferred to the restricted fund and are paid from the CARES Act there. So the unrestricted general fund represents the typical ongoing unrestricted activities for the district. The improvement of nearly $3 million from the adopted budget to halfway through the year really is driven primarily by savings in salaries and benefits. We have a little bit more than $2 million saved, and that's largely from vacancies. A large portion of that is that it just takes a little bit longer to hire vacancies during COVID, as well as we have a process where all vacancies go through executive cabinet and superintendent president approval prior to its filling. So it gives us an opportunity to revisit each of those vacancies to ensure that not only is it still required, but it is still an appropriate position to perform that function. But we have saved a lot of money in other specific areas, and those are due to COVID. So for instance, we are not traveling. We have had a ban on travel since we had campus closure. And so we've saved about $250,000 in travel and conference. We still have some expenditures, and those are solely for online conferences. So it's an unexpected benefit. Another unexpected benefit is a good amount of savings, over $70,000 in hospitality. You'll recall that we already are very cautious with hospitality, which is buying food. That if it is just a staff meeting, we don't allow the purchase of food. We typically only allow the purchase of food for a staff meeting if it's more than 4 hours, because we're asking people typically to go over a mealtime and attend this meeting, or if it involves people coming from outside the college. But again, that's significant, over 70,000. Some areas have increased expenditures. One specific area I want to point out is with software. We have increased the expenditure on software, both software by itself as well as part of our business process reviews, because we've had to improve our systems to manage COVID. Not all of those expenditures are allowable to be charged against with CARES Act, and so therefore the unrestricted general fund has picked it up. And then the last item I want to address as a change is the projected revenue for our student-centered funding formula. There were increases, both positive and negative. They largely washed out, but one of those changes is important to note, that way back when we first prepared the budget, we actually projected that we were improving so much in our identification of low-income students through the Pell Grant awards in Dr. Munoz's area, through increased completions in Dr. Scott's area, and an overall continued increase in enrollment, that there was a point in time where we projected we would just barely exit hold harmless by about $700,000. And then COVID came and our enrollment dropped. So we are reverting back to our hold harmless level, which, as Dr. Scott mentioned earlier tonight, continues through 2023-24. We have an additional 2 years, and we do fully expect that once we get past the current restrictions that we will see our enrollment increase again. On the positive side, when we closed 2019-20, the Chancellor's Office had estimated a potential state funding deficit of 2%. When they actually closed out the year, it was actually 0.95%, and that saved us a little bit more than $1 million. At the same time, projections for the current year, now we always budget 0.5% deficit for state funding. They actually project it's going to be greater than that. So we had a lot of pluses and minuses in revenue, and I wanted to walk you through that just to show that it is right now a very fast evolving and unpredictable revenue source. We continue to be on top of it. We are very cautious. We believe in conservatism when we create our revenue projections, and that's what this projection does reflect. And I hope you found the waterfall chart on page 3 of that narrative interesting. And I want to thank President Ntuk again. He did suggest the use of this waterfall chart. I believe it was nearly 2 years ago. It's a great way to illustrate the causes of the change in our deficit spending. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Vice President Drinkwine. I appreciate the waterfall. It looks like it did get cut off a little bit in the PDF on the online, to like the maybe last 2 or 3 bars. I don't know if we can. I think it was just a formatting error or PDFing it error, at least in the one I pulled up online.
I will definitely double check that, ensure that a corrected version is posted to board docs and that you all receive a version that reflects the entirety of the chart.
Thank you. Yeah, it looks like about a third of it got cut off from the format.
Apologize for that.
But no worries. Thank you for the update. Good to hear. Hold Harmless continues for 2 more years. And but also it's a challenge because the pandemic, and if enrollment goes up, we don't get more money for more students. And so we'll see, I think, also how negotiations play out in the May revise and ultimately in June of the budget ratification in Sacramento. Is there any other questions on the mid-year budget update or the financial status report? All right. Hearing and seeing none, we'll go on. That was, I believe, an information item, so no voting required. But the next one, 10.3, a resolution on non-resident student fees for 21-22 for next academic year is an increase. The Board of Trustees adopts a resolution number 022421B, authorizing the non-resident tuition fees for the 2021-22 beginning in the fall of 2021 semester as submitted. This sheet is due to the Chancellor's Office by March 15th, 2021. Is there a motion and a second on this action item?
Don't move.
Motion by Trustee Baxter, and I got a waving from Trustee Malauulu for a second.
Whatever you need, it doesn't matter.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this resolution for a tuition increase for non-residential students? I see a hand up, Trustee Zia.
Yeah, I'd like to understand why we continue to raise tuition on the international students, and also how many students will this impact? Because it seems to be discretionary. Sorry about that.
Annually, we do recalculate this rate, and that does reflect the fact that annually our costs increase. Obviously, as a service industry, our primary increases in salary and benefits, and those increase on the natural every year from not only step and column progression, but also benefit increases, including STRS and PERS increases, as well as any negotiated increases. The other portion of this calculation is for capital outlay, that there is a portion where we can calculate increases in capital outlay. What we do every year after we do the internal calculation about what this natural increase would look like is compare it to our neighbors. We certainly always want to remain competitive and not pass on rates to students that represent such a large increase that they would choose to go to our neighbors. And I think I'd like to point your attention to one of the attachments, which is titled the O2 24-21 NR tuition survey. That one does reflect what our neighbors, as far as we know, as far as they disclosed prior to tonight's meeting, what their rates are going to be. And you can see that we are competitive. We're about $1 less than Cerritos, Mount San Antonio, and very competitive with Citrus and Compton as well. So it is an attempt to both recognize that our costs increase, and the non-tuition fees are the only fees we receive for these students because we do not receive state funding. State funding, as a reminder, that Hold Harmless is increased annually by a cost of living adjustment. So it does go up. This year being an exception because of the economy, we did not get a funded COLA, but typically it does go up. And if we did not increase those non-tuition fee amounts, then we would actually start having to provide subsidies for the actual cost, but we do mitigate those. And I will also share, it is in the capital outlay portion of those fees that really we are not passing on, particularly in this year, because we have been largely remote, and next year is so uncertain, it did seem inappropriate to increase the capital outlay portion of this formula. So we have held the fees to both be competitive as well as to reflect the actual circumstances.
And how many students do we have that this will impact currently?
I'd like to ask Dr. Munoz. He could probably best guide us on the number of non-resident students we currently have.
I would have to do more research because non-resident is inclusive of both international students and out-of-state students. So approximately international students, we have and it fluctuates a little bit. It has been down because of the pandemic, but we're about somewhere between like 120, 130. As far as out-of-state students, I don't have that figure off the top of my head, and I would need to contact our director of A&R to get that. So keep in mind that there's two populations that essentially make up that number of non-residents, both out of state as well as international students, because again, we don't subsidize out of state and international students as a state.
Thank you so much, Dr. Munoz. And I'd also like to point out that in the previous item in the mid-year budget narrative, I did mention in that narrative that non-resident tuition has exceeded our projections as far as revenue. I suspect, and without doing more research, I could not confirm, but I suspect that having all of our classes online made us attractive for some out-of-state students.
Thank you. And I guess one way to think about it, this is not for any of our residents in our service area. These are for folks outside, both international and out of state, so Nevada, Oregon folks. And then you're out of state, you can change it after a year, get your California driver's license, and change your status afterwards, usually after a year to be a non-resident to resident. So, and I think the point that out-of-state folks are not paying California taxes, so they're not paying for our public institutions, is the reason they got a higher fee, and we don't have free riders. All right, great. Let's call for a roll call vote on this.
Student trustee Blackman.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
The resolution is adopted. Moving to the next item, 10.4, is another resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation refunding bonds. This is an action item, and it has a recommendation of the Board of Trustees in three parts. One, adopt resolution number 022421C to authorize the issuance and sales of general obligation refunding bond 2021 series 1 federally taxable in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $85 million. Second part is review and approve the preliminary official statement POS, the contract of purchase and the escrow deposit and trust agreement in form only. And third, authorize superintendent president or the vice president of business services or their designee to execute the contract of purchase and all other documents related to the issuance and sale of 2021 refunding bonds on behalf of the district as submitted. This is an action item that will need a motion in a second on.
So move.
Motion by trustee Baxter.
Second.
Second by trustee Malauulu. Any discussion? And it looks like this Vice President Drinkwine is probably the next bond issuance or step in the, not sure which measure, LB or EE that we're going.
Yeah, this item actually, and first I want to introduce our two guests tonight. We have Adam Bauer and Jason Chung with Feldman and Rolap, who are critical members of our finance team and whose role is to advise the district on how best to move forward with bond issuances and other large financings. So they are our members on our financing team representing our interests. And what this bond refunding is, you can think of it as a refinancing. Many of you probably have refinanced your mortgages with the rates at the basement levels that they've been. And for the district, this represents an opportunity to look at the bonds outstanding. So bonds we've already issued. So we've already got the cash, and that's what we're spending right now on all those great projects that we heard about earlier tonight from Aaron Moore. But it gives us an opportunity to refinance those because the market conditions support lower rates and achieve savings that benefit our taxpayers. So the benefit of this action is to reduce the outstanding debt for our property owners and taxpayers. Right now, we are projecting to be able to save about $6 million for taxpayers. And this does still preserve our ability to continue to issue bonds every 3 to 4 years to support the ongoing construction. But this really is reflective of serving the best interests of those citizens who voted to approve the bonds and to do the right thing to reduce their property tax assessments as much as possible. But both Adam and Jason are here to answer your technical questions that I may not be able to. So I'm happy to address any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you. I know student trustee Blackman, this is his first event. This is getting into public finance a little bit and debt. And this was, we're refinancing existing bonds, but these were not necessarily construction bonds that we're refinancing?
They are construction bonds. So these represent bond issuances we've made over the past several years to support the construction project. So these bonds are outstanding. They represent a debt that would be repaid from taxpayer property taxes. But what this refunding represents is our ability to take them back and reissue them at lower rates for an overall savings. So that the previously issued bonds had a higher rate. And so through refunding, we're able to achieve savings and achieve a lower rate.
And maybe just a quick analogy here that maybe Adam or Jason can confirm. If I had 3 student loans that were worth $10,000 each, and I had a 8% rate and I refinanced them to a 2% rate, that's 6% savings. I still gonna owe $30,000 in student loans, but now I pay less interest in the total long run. Is that the same type of financial restructuring that we're proposing here tonight?
Yes, sir. And we're hiring if you're looking for a job as a financial advisor. But there was a question asked earlier this evening, and it's kind of 2 parts. One is, what is a typical homeowner within the college's boundaries going to save? And then there's a question about, could we possibly break that out by trustee area? Because there's different types of units within the trustee areas. We can give the data on the district-wide, but we do not have it on a trustee area basis. But let me try to put some of this into perspective. A typical home within the college's boundary is assessed value is $421,700. We recognize you're not going to purchase many homes for that price. It is common that assessed value is going to lag property values due to Proposition 13. So now that typical home though would save about $2.78 a year. And you might say that's not that much. Still, over the life of the bond, you're going to save $33.33. So there are 117,076 residential units within the district boundaries. About 77,000 of those are single family residential. About 20,000 are condominiums. And then the rest are anything from 3 or 4 unit duplex or plexes. And then even there's 12 mobile homes. But really the heart of it is those condos and single family residentials. But when you look at it from that perspective, and you say $33 over the life of it times that many units, that's why it turns into larger numbers. On an individual basis, it's not that much of savings because they're not paying that much, but over everybody, it's a lot.
And the term of the bonds are how long?
So the term of the bonds are not changing, but the term of the bonds currently go to no later than 2030.
So about 10 years, 9 years.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's actually a series for 2032. We have several series in here. One of them goes out to 2032.
Okay, great. Thank you. I see Trustee Zia has her hand up.
Thank you. Just a few questions. Did I hear correctly, Marlene, that you said the savings are $6 million? Did I misunderstand?
No, that is correct. That's what our current projection is. And that is before, of course, we go to market. So all of this is predicated upon your approval tonight. And then when we go to market, the actual conditions on that day, on that time we go to market do matter. And I will share that typically we have, a few days of a day range and we try and pick the best optimal time possible. But overall, we're really looking at net present value savings of about 7.6%, more or less, again, depending on the day we go to market, which meets our threshold for moving forward. There's certainly a level at which we would not try and move forward because we do bear cost of issuances. It does take a tremendous amount of time and effort on the part of staff. And I do want to express my appreciation for John Thompson and his staff. They do a tremendous amount of work verifying all of this information moving forward. The documents you see attached to this item have been reviewed with a fine-tooth comb. Everything from meeting with the credit agencies who upheld our fantastic credit rating to working with bond counsel and the underwriters. So this is not a decision we make lightly. We do want to meet that minimum threshold, which is around 5%. That tells us, yes, it's a good time to move forward.
Okay, so this $6 million, is it amortized over a period of time? Or is it, when you say net present value, can you unpack that a little bit?
Sure. So when I say net present value, what I'm saying is that if you looked at it just mathematically, the total amount of savings is going to be more than $6 million. But as Adam just mentioned, some of these bonds won't be paid off for several years. So $1 several years from now, 15 years from now, is worth far less than it is today. So to make it really comparable and really a real number, we work with that net present value concept to make sure that we're talking about this is really what it equates to in today's dollars, rather than inadvertently or inappropriately exaggerating the amount of savings by just talking.
I appreciate that, but per household, can we get that number?
I believe that's the number Adam was just referencing, that it was much smaller when we look on a per household because there are so very many residences in the city of Long Beach.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I missed the per household.
Sure, I'm going to hand it back to Adam.
So I started off earlier by saying we don't have the data to break it out by trustee area, but we have the data to break it out district-wide. And when the typical home within the district's boundaries is $421,700, and that's assessed value. That number is typically lower than actual what market value is due to Prop 13. The typical home will save about $2.78 per year and $33.33 over the life. You have about 117,000 of those types of homes within your boundaries.
Okay. Well, savings is savings, but Marlene, maybe you said 5% minimum. I'm looking at page 11 of the resolution. It says 4% minimum. So which is it? Savings goes.
I will say it is 4%. In my mind, I say 5%. I think it needs to be worth it for the district to move forward. With this proposal, we are in excess of that, both of those numbers. So it makes sense.
Okay, and then can you also speak to the role? I know I've seen presentations by RBC in the past and others. So maybe you can speak to the role of this firm and like maybe making the distinction and how we went about or how much we kick the tires or do the competitive process to select board council. The council.
Certainly. I think,
excuse me.
I think it's important to know that the underwriters, although they're a valuable member of our team, and I will say that the two we work with, RBC as well as Piper Jaffray, we've had fantastic relationships with, but they cannot legally say they represent the district's interests. They represent others' interests. So it is in the district's best interest to retain a firm like Feldman Rollap, whose sole purpose is to represent our interests. We first engaged Adam and his firm a little bit more than 5 years ago through an RFP process, and we recently entered into a new 5-year contract with them. That my experience with them over the past 3 years has been exceptional. We've done a major bond issuance as well as a refunding, and we continue to get excellent service from them. And I am very pleased to be able to move forward with a relationship with them.
Okay, so did we competitively procure that 5-year extension or did we just amend it? I don't recall.
We did.
It's all the time for community and constituents that we don't compete procurements enough. So I just want to make sure I better understand. And it's no disrespect to anyone. This is the standard question I have.
We did indeed just extend it for an additional 5 years. And when I say extend, we have a new contract for an additional 5 years. With best practices, after that 5-year contract expires, I would recommend doing an RFP. I can totally support going forward with an additional 5-year period when we've had such exceptional service, but for best practices, I would not do that more than once for a multi-year contract without an RFP to make sure that we do get competitive rates.
So they've served us for 10 years or going on 10 years, right?
Right. This is the start of their second 5-year contract.
I got you. All right. Thank you. Great presentation.
I have the roll call vote.
Student trustee Blackman.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Perlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the motion is adopted, or the resolution is adopted. Moving on, that's the end of section 10 into section 11, student services. We have 2 items in this section. 11.1, new board policy administrative regulation 50XX on student equity. This is the second reading, and it's an action item, and it's a recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt a new board policy 50XX as submitted. Is there a motion and a second?
Second.
Sorry, who was the motion from?
Me.
Baxter.
Trustee Baxter.
Great, Trustee Baxter, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion on this second reading? Seeing and hearing none, can we have a roll call vote?
Student trustee Blackman.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right. The policy's been adopted. Moving on to 11.2, another new board policy and administrative regulation 50XX on athletics. This is a second reading. The Board of Trustees adopts a new board policy and administrative regulation 50XX on athletics as submitted. And this is an action item that we need a motion and a second on.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Baxter, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
And Trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the policy has been adopted. Moving on to the last item in section 11.3, Black Heritage Month update. It's an information item. We have Dr. Munoz give an update on the month's activities. Dr. Munoz.
Thank you, President Ntuk. So as Dario cues the website, I just want to share that this year's Black Heritage Month celebrations have been truly exceptional. I'm sure many of you have had the opportunity to tune in and be present through some of these events, and it's just been really, I think, a great joy. So what you have before you is our landing page for our Black Heritage resources, and as you scroll down, you'll see one of our kind of publications or flyers that really are highlighting our services. And as you continue to scroll down, you'll see the different events. And so we have an event tomorrow that I'm sorry, Dario, do you mind just holding off right 1 second at that one event I was going to talk about just real briefly? We have an event tomorrow called Culture versus Identity. I encourage you to attend. It's going to be co-facilitated by student leaders. And so we've had a variety of events this month that I think have just been really stellar. The planning committee has worked extremely hard. And just to let you know, we have a very robust Black Heritage Month planning committee that's comprised of faculty, staff, administration, students that are from across all different sectors on campus. And so again, I just want to acknowledge the great work that's happening in this month in terms of our programming. Can you go to the next slide, Dario, please? And also what you have in front of you is also the revised Black Student Resource Guide. We introduced this last year. So this is our revised version, but it's really a wonderful guide for students that helps our students, our Black students, really be seen and connects them with vital resources on campus, as well as highlighting our esteemed and distinguished Black faculty, staff, and administration. And so if you haven't had a chance to check out our resource guide, I encourage you to download it or click on the link and learn more, because it is really an exceptional resource guide. And it's been very well received by our students and our families. We did a Long Beach College Promise Black Heritage Night Promise event for the seniors in LBUSD. And we provided them with copies of this, the student resource guide, and it was very well received and well-attended event. And then in closing, I want to be as brief as possible, but it's really important to acknowledge there's one final slide that Dario is going to put up, and that is just to highlight the committee members for Black Heritage Month. They worked extremely hard. If you look at the programming, like I said, it was very comprehensive, from issues around identity to history to culture to conversations from PhD levels like Dr. Luke Wood to, like I said, facilitated dialogues by our own student leaders. We had a wonderful session, and I want to acknowledge the leadership of our board president, Ntuk, was very present in a lot of these events. And I had the opportunity to do an event with Trustee Ntuk and Omar Rambert, who is a young man who recently graduated from UCLA Law School, that went viral for a very heartwarming moment, as well as we had the newly elected supervisor attend an event here on campus with our students. And so it's just been a really wonderful month of celebration and recognition. And I just am very grateful for everyone's efforts. And so I'm not going to read every person's name off, but you have it in front of you to kind of really get a sense of, who here at Long Beach City College really stepped up and answered the call to plan a Black Heritage Month at a time where I think we should acknowledge that our Black colleagues in the Black community are hurting, right? There's a lot of trauma and pain, I think, that's occurred over the last year. And so when we had the first planning meeting, folks were telling us, we're exhausted. We were emotionally just completely drained. And that was very palpable in the room and parts of the discussion. But folks really dug deep to develop a set of programming that I think is really exceptional. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. I do want to say it's been a very active and well-organized month. It might be because of virtual pandemic, it's easier to schedule everybody at one time and not have to do driving and food and all the normal logistics. But was really happy to be able to participate and welcome Supervisor Holly Mitchell earlier this week, and a number of events. And I saw we have some more high-profile speakers still coming that I think it's great for our students to be able to connect with people that, whether you're, I think there's a couple of Hollywood actors and lawyers and, elected officials that, you start here, you can go anywhere. And it's, and there's really a wide variety of folks. So I want to say thank you. And then one nugget, I think maybe it was Angela, someone on the committee was telling me that it's been a great team building effort for the group. The planning and getting together virtually to make this month happen has been a positive thing that, it's those shared experiences, I think, help build community and help make our campus stronger in the long run. So just want to share that nugget I heard. Anyone else on Black Heritage Month before we go on? I see your hand up, Trustee Malauulu.
President Ntuk, I actually am going to talk about it in my board report. So I just wanted to say thank you for this, and I will address it during my board report, my trustee report.
Sounds good. All right, and this was an information item. So thank you, Dr. Munoz. We'll move on now to section 13, public comments on non-agenda items, 13.1. Board Secretary Hahn, do we have any non-agenda item public comments tonight?
Board President Ntuk, you
Did I skip something?
skimmed over 12.1.
Sorry, I was scrolling so fast.
Yeah.
Here,
I think Malauulu got you off track.
no worries. A flick of the wrist in my agenda. Sorry, we're going on to section 12, not section 13 yet.
Yes.
So 12.1 is Board of Trustee reports. Was the time we have the 5 reports, and we're at 10:36 p.m. So we can go through alphabetical order and start with Trustee Baxter.
Thank you, President Ntuk. Before I start, and I would like to have put on the agenda a 10-minute time limit on anyone, I don't care who they are, speaking. This board meeting has gone on ridiculously too long. And I understand constituents need to have information, but I just feel like we need to do that. And that also, by the way, President Ntuk, includes the board reports. And if you'll recall, a couple months ago, you asked everybody to speak for 2 minutes. I spoke for 2 minutes because I talk fast and I understand that. But some people went over 30 minutes. And I would like that also included, that no one could speak more than 10 minutes. So now I go and I'm going to talk fast. First of all, I wanted to point out a couple of things that I attended that didn't have to do with the college and then back to the college. The Long Beach Public Library Foundation features African-American author Elise Bryant. And what was so great about this, she's published a young authors, I forget what that's called, for young people. But what was great about it is 2 of our students submitted questions. Only 4 questions were submitted, 2 of them by our students. And I was so proud of them. And I don't know if they had an assignment or whether they're just smart people, but they did ask 2 questions, made us look good. Then I also attended the CCEJ breakfast featuring Dr. Leah Gunning Francis. And she gave the best 10-minute speech I've ever heard on equity and the importance of anti-racism and all those things. And she said 3 to consider when you want to have racial equality. Number one, keep talking about race, systemic racism, and white supremacy. Number two, move from being an ally to an accomplice. In other words, don't say, yeah, I'm all for you, but be part of the change. And I thought that was great and probably a little revolutionary. And then third, when we talk about dismantling systems, to remember that they affect real people. And so she did an excellent job, and I laud CCEJ for that. Then I want to congratulate the people who were in the Black History Month video, leading with President Untuck, but also Shira Compton, Angela Folks, Elijah Sims, and our own Richard Blackman. So you guys did a great job on the video. Then another wonderful program that I watched was Dr. Gloria Willingham Torrey, who happens to be somebody I know and somebody I've known for 30 years. I knew that she was part of the Little Rock Four, but we had never discussed. I know, and Kathy was watching all these things with me. But she talked about, advocacy for African Americans. It was great. I did not realize she's a retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel. She's on the Board of Trustees of Goddard College. And what was great is in grade school, her teachers identified her as someone who could put up with the harassment and the horrible things she went through as a high school student in the integration of Central High School in Little Rock. And she graduated in 1963. So this was after Brown versus the Board of Education, which was in 1954, but still schools hadn't integrated. And they picked these young people purposely because they were such exemplary young people. Then I also taught and finished my Lifetime Learning Center class, and I would recommend anybody to sign up and take those classes on Zoom. I'm the chair of the Heart of the House Committee, which is part of Ronald McDonald House, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Vice President Trico.
Thank you. So on Monday, it was very short notice, but very excited that Governor Newsom visited Long Beach to look at the vaccine rollout. Supervisor Hahn was there, Majority Whip Senator Lena Gonzalez, and Mayor Garcia. It really showcased Long Beach and the great work they're doing. And our Long Beach police officer, Officer Zamora, handles the logistics of all of these big, huge events. And so he's always at the convention center. And he was telling me how impressed he was with our Long Beach City College nursing students, how they were just exceptional and professional, and how awesome it was to see them getting this experience. And he said that he was talking to a couple of them and saying, years from now, you're going to tell your grandkids the important part that you played in this. And so everybody is so proud of our nursing students. So I just wanted to share that praise that I received from a community member. Also tomorrow morning, starting at 9 a.m. at Jordan High School, Supervisor Janice Hahn, in partnership with the City of Long Beach and Long Beach Unified School District, will be hosting a food distribution event. So anybody who would like to drive through and get a kit of food, which includes meat, dairy, produce, and shelf-stable items. It's a really good kit to feed a family of 4 for about a week. Depends on how long you can stretch that. But that's tomorrow at 9 a.m. And then also I was in contact with California State Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara's staff. They were letting me know about a program that he is promoting. And so you'll have to direct me on where I can send this information. But it is a state-sponsored legislative program administered by the California Automobile Assigned Risk Plan, which provides affordable liability insurance to low to moderate income California drivers, regardless of immigration status. And I think particularly with our students in, some things are financially tight. Students, families, faculty, there's a lot of people that could use this. So I'd be happy to send this forward to Superintendent President Bynum to share out so we can really get this out to our students and faculty and anybody who really needs it, our staff, anybody. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Malulu?
Thank you, President Untuck. First of all, I'd like to say welcome back, everyone, to spring semester, to our faculty and our staff. We're back, and we are setting the standard, as we always do, for being resilient and adapting. And to our students, welcome back, and thank you for entrusting us in your educational academic journey. We are very happy that you've chosen to be with us. I would like to say that I'm still hanging on to a thread that our athletics program will resume. Things are starting to loosen up, and I'm seeing changes across the board at lower levels of athletics and higher levels of athletics, but I don't see them happening at our levels. So there is still hope, and there are things being done behind the scenes, and we do hope to get back to where we can resume our athletics. I would like to speak on the Black Heritage Month celebrations that have been happening all month. And I just really want to commend Dr. Munoz and his team and the many people who have contributed. Just truly exemplary. I am so impressed. I've never seen a more robust activities calendar with so much energy and enthusiasm and innovation and creativity. Just seeing some of our employees, the Kirkwoods, Derek Ori, come on, I want to learn how to make collard greens. I had no idea he was a pro BMX, competitor. This is just fantastic information that I hang out with them all the time, and I didn't even know. So just thank you so much for highlighting this. Dario, if you can cue the photo that says Black Voices, I've popped into as many of these events as I could. This was the kickoff event. It was fantastic. I really felt like I was there, and I just took a picture of my desktop just to show that I was, waiting for the event to start. I was so antsy because I'd seen the invitation, and then I was able to pop my head in. I love seeing Supervisor Holly Mitchell. I love seeing so many different voices and faces on our screens, and just thank you. I just wish we could be together in person. On February 11th, and Dario, you can cue up that photo there. I wasn't able to have the vaccine that was offered through the ILWU because I was still in the COVID window. But I was very fortunate to be able to get, not when most of the employees at LBCC got their vaccine a couple of weeks ago. I actually went after because I had to wait, and I got lucky when the link was sent. So I did get to have my first vaccine a couple of weeks ago. I'm about 2 weeks behind everybody, so I've got another couple of weeks to go before I can go get my second vaccine. But I just want to say how grateful I am to the City of Long Beach, the health department, the mayor, all the different entities that are prioritizing educators. And I really hope, I can't help but feel a little bit of guilt at the fact that I was able to get a vaccine and so many other educators have still not gotten it. And, I appreciate the effort that's being done, but I really want more effort to be done because I think there are so many of us who really deserve to have that vaccine. And you can't really tell, but I was actually tearful because I really did feel guilty, but just very grateful. And to those that aren't able to access that link, just be watchful of the email and sign up for the text blast so that when they do become available, you can sign up. Last week, we had a special board meeting on the 17th, and throughout this month, I have been attending the Latino Cultural Center Steering Committee meeting. I know Trustee Chico and I are both in those meetings, and there's a lot of great work being done in the community. Two more things. One is we received an email from Superintendent President Bynum with regard to the technology that's being utilized on campus. This was a board request a couple of meetings ago, And I was very happy to see that the majority of the recipients of our technology, our laptops, our MacBooks, hotspots are students. Some 1,300 students have benefited from that. And when I opened the email, I was a little apprehensive and nervous because I wasn't sure what the numbers were going to show. But I was very happy to see that because we are an academic institution and our students deserve to have those resources more than any other entity. So thank you for that. Made me feel a lot better. And if there are any students who don't have access to the technology, please reach out to any of us because we will make sure that you have it and we will get you set up. And we also have resources in the community that can help you with Wi-Fi and internet issues. So please don't let that be an excuse for you not to enroll. And lastly, I just want to congratulate our Hall of Fame recipients for 2021. I'm excited about joining you tomorrow on the Zoom. I know that we can't let loose and actually celebrate with a really big party like we always do, but some really deserving Hall of Fame recipients. And I can't wait to celebrate you all tomorrow. Congratulations. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Zia.
You know, given the late timeline that we're in, I think a lot of the things that I wanted to say have already been said. I do agree with Trustee Baxter, and I would support a time limit. We just need processes and procedures that codifies that versus being arbitrary and capricious and going based on unwritten rules or citing it incorrectly. And I'm so delightful that we had such a great presentation on justice impacted students and system impacted students. It was so informative, and I'm just really grateful to staff and our team for the wonderful job they do. And I hope they know that and they recognize that. And I'm sending you much love and gratitude, and I'm wishing you a good night. It won't be over for us after this item, but hopefully you guys can rest.
All right, thank you. All right, I don't have a report today, and we'll go on to our next agenda item, 12.2. 12.2, future reports. This is an opportunity for board members to request additional reports for future board agendas with the consensus of the board or consideration by Superintendent President. I saw Vice President Chico had her hand up first. Go ahead.
So I was going to wait till this portion, so hopefully I got this correct, to request that that maybe staff report back on some options for a process to have time limits, 5-10 minutes. I think I referred to the city council in Long Beach, and they have 5 minutes for each council member to speak, make comments, ask questions. Once that 5 minutes is up, then the next council member goes. If that council member still has questions, they have to queue up at the end of the line. But it provides some equity. It allows people to all have a turn and get their questions answered. So that may be, I would love to have some options presented to us from staff. Also, I've gone over some of these with Luann, but I just want to make sure that they're on the record, that I've asked for a strategic plan to hire more diverse faculty. So I'd like to have a report and of course expanded on the information that's already been provided. There have been plenty of reports on the diversity, the numbers, and that's fantastic. But I think I'm more focused on an assessment followed by an action plan and implementation strategy is what I'm really, really looking for. Because I know that we all want to diversify our faculty, but unless we have a plan in place and know how we're going to implement it, I think we'll just be talking about hiring a diverse faculty. Also, going back to Catalina Island, a community needs assessment. Before we go over to the island and tell the residents what we can offer them, I think it's really important that we listen to what the community really wants and then come up with the best idea to provide services there. So I've talked to Superintendent Bynum about that as well. I touched on it a little bit earlier, a comprehensive technology infrastructure study. So that I request that the report includes a collaboration with the City of Long Beach, County of Los Angeles, and the State of California, who are all conducting this type of research right now. Evaluating the broadband needs on Catalina Island would be part of that. Wi-Fi hubs. I'd love to know about what Wi-Fi hubs we currently have, which ones we can use, where we're planning on possibly putting more Wi-Fi hubs. I think that those are really important for our students. And then to explore the possibility of including the assistance of some of our clubs when we're doing studies. So if we're going to do a study on technology, maybe we see if we can get the tech club to participate in that study to get some experience in learning how to be part of a study. There may be some opportunities there. Again, I'll leave that up for staff, but we can start incorporating some of our student clubs in their area of expertise. They're clearly, passionate about some of these things. Maybe we can incorporate them and also find a way to pay them, as interns through CalWorks, something like that. So I've already talked to Superintendent President about that. I think that is it for right now. I know I always have a lot. I'm sorry. So that's it for right now. Thank you.
One thing I'd ask for accuracy purposes, if he could write it down in an email and copy Luann and myself, and that way for tracking purposes, we got exactly what you meant. I know sometimes we've said things at these portions of the meeting and then later on it gets lost in the translation, or we're so late at night that I thought you said something else. And that way, if you just write it down afterwards, it's clear.
Yeah, that's helpful. I will absolutely do that. Thank you so much.
And then Superintendent Biden, you had some respond to that?
Yes, thank you, President Intuck, and thank you, Vice President Chico. I know you and I had a discussion about this the other day. I just wanted to convey to everybody that a lot of requests come in that require a lot of staff time. And if everybody feels like these reports are important, and I'm not saying they're not, I'm just saying if everybody feels like these reports are important, then it would be good to know that the whole board supports the staff putting the time and effort into this. Because I am a little concerned right now about the stress on the campus with everything going on and what's been happening with some of the major initiatives that we've got going. So I just wanted to put that out there as a consideration for the board to think about.
To also maybe, because there really isn't a timeline associated with this. So, I'm not asking back in 90 days or anything like that. I'd be happy to take direction, recommendations from staff or from you, Luann, about where you all think when you can do this. It's getting late and I think I'm a little tired. But I think that, I'm open to all of that. These are just, priorities that I think are important. And of course, if the board also feels that they're important, I'm totally open to all of that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good point. I think if we can get them all summarized together and have a future agenda item to go over ranking or, tiering the timing of this is fall and spring or summer semester, kind of get an idea. So if we get all of them in, then we can group them and make a decision as a group. Great. Thank you. Trustee Zia.
Yes, I have brought this multiple times, and I have heard back from the Academic Senate president, and it seems that it appears that there's no issue with the resolution on definition of anti-Semitism. So I like to request that it be agendized in the March meeting.
Thank you. Trustee Baxter.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly affirm what Superintendent President Bynum has said. When we ask for things, and of course I'm asking too, it does put a tremendous workload on the staff who are already, you know, doing yeoman's labor. And so I just want to applaud her for saying, you know, please, let's look and see if the entire board is in favor of it before a lot of time is spent on different questions.
Okay, so are we in favor of having the anti-Semitism resolution agendized for March meeting?
It's okay with me.
All right, well, hopefully we can hear it in March then. It's already ready to go. And thank you, Jerry, for getting back to me. I appreciate it.
All right, if there's no other items on the requests, we'll move on to section 13, public comments on non-agenda items.
Sorry, President Ntuk, I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with this agenda item. I just looked down at my notes. Vice President Scott, I meant to say during my board report that I love your background. That's one of my favorite books. And I wrote it down in my notes and I forgot to say it, but I have to say it because I know it's Zora Neale Hurston and probably you put it up because of Black History Month, but I wanted to acknowledge that's one of my all-time favorite novels. I think you know that too. We talked about it. So thank you. Sorry.
Trustee Malauulu, and thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Sorry, President Ntuk.
Everyone speaking out of order. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. Number 13, public comments on non-agenda items. I don't know if we have any this evening.
No.
Was technically a non-agenda item. So that technically was not on the agenda. So I'm safe on that. I just realized.
We'll put you in the minutes on the.
You didn't submit it by 2 o'clock.
Oh, never mind. It's out of order. Okay.
You're past the deadline.
No other public comment on agenda items. We are going to be going back into closed session for a second closed session to continue items that we didn't complete. And before we do that, we'll adjourn the regular meeting. But let me go back and read off the items we're going to go back into closed session on. We have 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, but we did conclude 1.7. So we have 3 items. 1.
I thought you finished 1.5. No?
No.
Okay.
1.7, I believe.
So it's all of them that you are doing?
No, we're only got, of the 4, we got 3 to go.
1.4.
1.5 and 1.6.
Okay.
Yeah.
President Ntuk, may I ask a question or offer? Might it be okay to hear 1.6 first so I can participate and then you guys can hear 1.4 and 1.5 if it's the pleasure of the board?
We could do it in that order.
Thank you.
All right. Let me go back here to the concluding comments of adjourning this regular open session of the meeting. Sorry, I gotta get my document in order here. So we're gonna move on adjournment section 15, 15.1. The next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on March 24th, 2021. Closed session will be at 4:30. Open session at 5:30 p.m. At this point, we're gonna adjourn the regular open session of the meeting. But we will go into closed session and then we'll report back after closed session. So we're going to agenda item 14 now, second closed session. Further discussions on items listed under closed session items above. Board Counsel, do you need to make a statement again?
Yes, thank you, President Ntuk. On board agenda item 1.4. This is existing litigation involving the district and Trustee Zia. For that matter, based on the representation that Trustee Zia made to the court through her attorney, she will not participate in this closed session discussion. And then on agenda item 1.5, based on the same representation made by Trustee Zia and her attorney to the court, she will not participate in discussions pertaining to the investigation and or litigation related to her. That concludes my comment. And then there's an announcement that you have, President Ntuk, that you made at the first closed session. It's highlighted on your agenda.
And I'll read that one more time. The session is closed pursuant to paragraph 1 and 2 of Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision 9, the Brown Act, and no other statutes require disclosure of written privilege communication and written communications exempt from disclosure under the California Public Records Act. And at this point, we'll adjourn into closed session. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening. Hey, good evening. This is Uduak Joe Intuk, President of Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. It is 11:59. We are adjourning our meeting, closed session meeting for today. And we'll reconvene in a few minutes after midnight to conclude our session. So at this point, the meeting is now adjourned.
Will you be returning to report out?
So yes, I'll
Okay.
come for a report out. And so,
Okay.
are we still live? Do I need to say it again? That I'm going back in a closed session?
Yeah, do you mind?
No problem. So, all right. Hello, everybody. Uduak Joe Intuk, President of the board again. It is now
11:59. Oh.
Is 11:59? Okay. Maybe wait a few more seconds here. But we're gonna reconvene the meeting at 12 o'clock here. It is now February 25th, 2021 in the evening to go back into closed session for the Board of Trustees, and we will come back out after this next closed session.
Mm-hmm.